Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hello, welcome to the EJSA coverage of SpaceX and NASA's Crew 9 launch. The first Falcon 9 crew mission to fly out of Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Hello everyone, I am Eric Johnson, your host. I'm just kidding. What's up? I'm just kidding. What's going on? What's going on? It's not professional. Nah, I don't do that. NASA is live. Oh. Well, do you want me to flip that on, or what do you want me to do? I don't know what you want me to do about this. You know that EJ is live too, right, Koala fan? What about EJ, huh? Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. Y'all chatters act like you forgot about Edge. Edge has got the winning plan. Remember that, okay? Seriously, I'll flip it on now. All right, we will pick up the coverage here. They just started a second ago here, so let's Eminem, please. Oh God.
research expeditions, and there you are in Antarctica, looking a little bit cold.
That's
All right.
exactly
Vibrant
right.
nonetheless.
Yes, in some ways a very different environment than the one that
Balancing
I am
crappy
training
NASA
to
audio.
work
Balancing
in. But
crappy audio.
really exciting to see a continuation of scientific research in remote environments and research that is collaborative and uses people who are not necessarily the.
All right, so we only have 2 launching on this. There are 2 crew members launching on Crew 9 because 2 of the crew members, technically, of the Crew 9 mission now are already up there. The reason why they're already up there is because the 2 crew members are Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the 2 NASA astronaut test pilots that were on the CFT-1 Starliner mission, and that mission had problems with the capsule, particularly the thruster blocks, so they brought the capsule back down, seemingly unscathed, so good for them. But NASA made the decision of basically moving Butch and Sonny onto the next into the next crew rotation. So this mission was originally supposed to launch with 4, but it's only launching with 2. Right there is the commander of the mission. That's Nick Hague, Colonel Nick Hague. He's a U.S. Air Force pilot, and he's been to space, well, 1.5 times prior. I say 1.5 times because Nick Hague was on the Soyuz MS-10 mission with Alexei Ovchinin, and that mission aborted in flight. The Soyuz blew up on the way up. Yeah. So, yeah, Nick has been through an in-flight abort, and then he launched later on another Soyuz mission to the ISS. It's going to be his, that's why I say, like, his 1.5 times of going into space. Right there, they're in suit leak. They're doing suit leak tests here. Not at this particular moment. You need your helmet down to do that. And they're basically going through fit checks and suit leak checks and making sure everything is nice and comfortable before you hit your ride with Scooter Man. Yeah, Baron, that's right. We did. Ben, it's 1 a.m. in New Zealand, and it's like, and the launch is at 5 a.m., so nope. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. All right, so assisted here to the right is Alexander Gorbonov. Gorbonov is a Roscosmos cosmonaut. It's going to be his first time launching into space, and he's part of the crew exchange program that makes sure that there's always a Russian-speaking person and an American or English-speaking person up at the space station at all times to communicate with the respective mission controls in their native tongue. You don't, you know, a lot of people ask me nowadays, why are we flying Russians into space? Well, guys, Americans and Russians have been flying on Soyuz since basically the late 90s. And they do that because you don't want something to go wrong with the Russian side of the station, the ROS, Russian Operational Segment. You don't want something going wrong there and nobody being able to speak Russian, like as their first language. So that's why we rotate crew. That's why we exchange crew. Americans fly on Soyuz. Don Pettit just flew on MS-26. He's up at the space station right now, and Alexander is flying on Dragon to make sure that you can talk to mission control, each respective mission control from the ROS and the USOS, just to make sure everything is A-okay. About that, I've been following for 5 years now. The only thing changed is you got Balder. Amazing. Thanks for that. So yeah, this is gonna be Gorbonov's first flight.
Discovery.
First flight in
throttle
space. Not a bad time flying on Dragon for your first flight. Pretty good.
Are both flying today in roles that are slightly different than the ones they originally trained for, but they are both ready.
Carto is 105 months, only 49 more to go.
And talk a little bit about.
Yep. That first time someone gets a 154-month resub, it's gonna hit different. Are we there yet? No! So launch is currently slated at 1:17 p.m. Eastern time. That is about, okay, if you watch the stream, that's an hour and 17 minutes after my normal start time.
Discovery.
just
Go
in
throttle
case
up.
anybody was wondering. Honestly, this snuck up on me. I had no idea there was a crew launch today. Lols, it's awesome. Not only do we get a crew launch, we get a crew launch from Pad 40. Pad 40's never launched people into space. Ever. So we're going to see Pad 40 with its inaugural crew launch. Never launched a Dragon with people on board from 40. And before that, they never launched a Titan from Pad 40 with people on it. Now, here's an interesting tidbit for the space historians out there that are following. Pad 40 has flown 2 man-rated rockets. Well, it will have flown 2 man-rated rockets now. The first rocket that was man-rated to fly is a Titan GLV, a Titan 3 GLV, if you really want to know. And I know what people are saying. What the hell, Titan 3 GLV? That's not a thing. It was for the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory program. Pad 40 did launch a Titan 3 with a Gemini capsule and the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory. So this is the second crew-rated vehicle to fly. This will be the second crew-rated vehicle to fly from Pad 40, but the first one to launch crew. That's right. The Gemini 3 MOL never had people inside of it. They didn't get that far. They canceled it in favor of the Apollo program. The Air Force did. What do they usually eat before launching? Albert, actually, so right now where they are, Nick and Alexander have been quarantining in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. That's called ONC for short, down at NASA. This is at Kennedy Space Center. Note all the pad rats there. And then just on a side note, anybody that's wearing blue is a NASA astronaut. So that's Eric Bowe. That's Shannon Walker over there. And I forget that dude's name, I'll be honest. He's the flight surgeon. So what do they eat? They got a full 5-star kitchen in there. You eat whatever you want. Believe it or not. Yeah, full 5-star kitchen at ONC. You can eat whatever you want right before you go into space. Me, if we're waking up in the morning, steak and eggs, baby. That's what I'm about. I don't know. What would you guys eat? Steak and eggs. Give me steak and eggs, dude. Steak and eggs with a huge side of home fries.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Speaking of MOL, it's ironic that the Titan 3 pad, originally built to be man-rated, is now the only pad of the 3 to now not launch people into
Discovery,
space.
go at throttle up.
Steak and eggs and apple cider. Pizza for you, Sesh. Good call. Good call. You can eat pizza anytime, right? Isn't it a tradition to have steak and eggs? That's right, Sintesi. Yeah, old school.
Right there in the beige jacket, he was supporting the Soyuz launch just a few weeks ago, but made it back in time to be with the crew.
All right.
It's really amazing to have his support as the head of the Flight Operations Directorate. And in the blue suit just behind Alex there.
That's Yuri Borisov. That's his name.
A mission specialist on Crew 7, actually, and is here supporting Alex.
Yeah, Borisov.
Right, and right between him, that's Luke Delaney.
That's
he's
correct.
an astronaut.
Dude,
he's in the
some
SpaceX.
Borisov has some sweet flat top action going. I kind of appreciate that. I'm not going to lie.
The class just younger than the Turtles, and so it's been great to see him taking over this role. He is the astronaut support person, or ASP, so he will actually be riding in the Teslas with Nick and Alex and helping them get to the pad and get to their capsule safely.
So I said a little bit earlier, and actually the NASA PAO actually clarified this, interestingly enough. If they're watching the stream, hi, love your work. So people that are wearing blue are NASA astronauts, but anybody that, like, you see 40, they were talking about him, 43 right there. So he's got wings. So he is an astronaut, but he's helping support SpaceX. Like, he's on the pad rat team. He's on the ground closeout team. Anybody that has that patch right there is an astronaut, but usually NASA astronauts are wearing dress blues. They're blue flight suits, that's not necessarily dress blues, but you get the idea.
The large majority of our time is spent training for the International Space Station as opposed to our launch vehicle.
See, Bob, you noticed the different insignias. There are different versions of NASA astronaut wings. So, for instance, 43 right there. he has an anchor, right? He has basically the Marine Corps logos on it because the Marines. There's a Navy one, there's an Air Force one, there's a civilian one. It's pretty cool.
Forces weren't immediately available to help them out of the capsule. So something that we practice for,
Go,
but
Bob.
hope to never use.
Right.
But of course, as we know, it's always good to practice
Astro
for
levels, you'd
unexpected
have to hang
situations.
And the
Quiz?
red
Oh,
stuff,
God.
those are the life-preserving items.
That's right.
How's the weather
yeah.
down there?
A raft. And
There's a
some
life
flotation.
raft on board.
Last time I checked, it was 55% go. Now you see
And
these,
so
you see these folks with the patches here that have just the X. They're the ground closeout team. Now I know what people are wondering. Why has everybody got numbers on? Well, when they get out to the pad, they're all going to be wearing basically hairnets and masks because they don't want to contaminate the capsule with anything. You don't want any foreign object debris in there. So they have numbers like a football team or a football team, depending on where you are in the world. They got numbers so you can tell who's who because it's hard to make it out. When everybody's got their face and a mask on and stuff.
Ask NASA. Use that.
So you notice they're carrying like a briefcase around with them. That's HVAC for the suit right there. The suits are, if you notice on their right thigh, they have a little tube going in. See it right there on Nick? They have a little tube right there. And this is basically an HVAC system that's keeping them nice and cool because it gets hot in the suit when you're not in space, to say the least. Now, there you go. That's what we like to see right there. So they're a football team. Got it. And they are a team. Q. This is a team sport. Don't make any mistake.
He has flown on 3 missions, performed 4 spacewalks, and flown in 3 spacecraft, Shuttle, Soyuz, and Starliner. And Sunny, she has flown on 3 missions, performed 7 spacewalks, and also flown in 3 spacecraft, Shuttle, Soyuz, and Starliner. Starliner arrived to the International Space Station on its test flight. This happened back in June, and we have video of it. There it is. You can see here Sunny and Butch gliding into the ISS for the welcome ceremony. Sunny, of course, pumped as she was dying to get back onto the station. But after experiencing some...
Has any astronaut rejected the steak and eggs tradition? You can eat whatever you want, Erudite. It's kind of traditional to eat steak and eggs, but some people don't. You know what? You know what I'd do, probably for fun? I'd order 4 fried chickens and a Coke and some dry white toast.
But in early September, Starliner undocked without...
Massachusetts, man, nothing great ever comes from there. Yeah, just first digital flight computer. Yeah, no big deal.
Right. And then roughly 6 hours after it pulled away from the International Space Station, as you can see here, just after midnight on September 7th.
Told you she would come down just
fine. In
fine.
this infrared video, you can see Starliner landing under parachutes at the White Sands
It's got some kinks
Space
in
Harbor
it, but
in New Mexico.
Guys, once again, people are going to say, it's a piece of junk. Dude, now is the time to find these problems. You don't want to have these problems during an operational mission. You imagine how much this would have sucked during an operational mission? If this was during an ops mission, Dragon right now would be launching with nobody on board, right? You don't want that. You want to find these problems during the test flight, and credit where credit is due. They absolutely did. They'll work the kinks out, and we'll have 2 real good capsules to, over the next couple of years, 2 real good human-rated spacecraft, and hopefully 3 when Orion starts flying. It's going to be good stuff. Good stuff. Did you talk about the Dragon Emergency Super Draco landing system? I'll save that for a little bit later, but might be a dumb question, but didn't a hurricane just go over the pad a few days ago? It didn't go over it, Bauxy. It kind of went around it. To be honest with you, the hurricane really didn't hit that part of Florida. They were in the bands, no doubt. So, like, a hurricane kind of looks like a galaxy, right? There are bands of it, right? And obviously the bands that are closer to the eye of the storm are way worse because, it's spinning around in a circle and you're closer to the center. It's going to spin a lot faster, right? Hurricane Helene, and honestly, I was looking at some of the pictures this morning. It's not good. I really hope everybody down there is all right. That hurricane came up here. It kind of went around the Space Center and went this way. It hit what's called the panhandle of Florida. So right around Panama City, Tallahassee, like right in here. It's not good. It's not great. It caused a disgusting, probably like an 8 or 9 meter surge or something. I don't know if that's exactly right. It was like 30 foot surges, which basically it's like a tidal wave. The tsunami basically hitting in here. Like, it was bad. But it went around the Space Center, so they should be okay. I mean, my thoughts are with everybody down there. That Ernock and I drove through that, guys. You saw it. You saw that part of the country. If you watched EJ and Ernock's Excellent Adventure, we drove right through here. Yeah, it just kind of sucks to see it like that. Yeah, actually, that's right. It didn't come this way. It kind of went over here and then up, like that way. That's right. It didn't. Yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, and then the thing went this way, and it's just all the rain from that. It's gigantic, dude. So. Here, you want to see how big this thing is? When the hurricane was coming down here, one of the bands went all the way up the East Coast, and I got rain. We got rained on up here. The ground is it smells like a swamp outside, to be honest with you, and that's all the way up here. I don't live close to Florida. Just anybody that's wondering, I don't live close to Florida, and we still got one of the bands up here. So it was a pretty gnarly storm. Yeah, Mutter. We didn't get 4 inches in Tennessee. You got 4 inches in Tennessee. We didn't get that. We got, I don't know, 2 inches, but still, that's a lot. That's a lot, dude. It is soggy outside. My backyard's just when you walk through it. Yes, that noise. So yeah, we got hit pretty hard. That was a pretty bad storm. Yeah. Thoughts are with the people out there. But anyway, here we go. Play some games. Deal some cards for good luck.
Oh, you did?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that.
It's, I guess my last name is Cardman, and so it's, trying to live up to the name.
The woman that's commentating with NASA PAO Darrow Nails, Zena Cardman, she was supposed to be on this mission, which kind of sucks. Shannon Walker right there. I think Shannon was on Crew 2, I think. Or Crew 1 or Crew 2. She's flown on Dragon before. Shannon's cool. She is going to be dealing the cards right now. What they do is they play games. They play games here to get all the bad luck. It's kind of a tradition. Get all the bad luck out of the commander's system here. And they do that by dealing cards, which is pretty rad. This is a pretty cool tradition.
Ouija, Josh, and
it was Crew
then
1,
I made
thank you.
Nicole
King,
the queen. Yeah, that's right. So their initials kind of lined up nicely with the face cards.
So do you happen to know, it looks like they're getting ready to start the game. Do you know what game they're going to play?
I don't know
way,
exactly the rules of today's game.
Well,
only Shannon Walker knows
does.
right now,
Yeah.
and perhaps, hopefully, Nick and Alex as they're about to start playing.
She's been laying out the rules.
Yeah, it's fun to
Did
see
they get
them
something to get a
laughing
royal
with each
flush?
other.
I don't know.
It must have been pretty funny. Yeah, this is something to me that just is really the human side of spaceflight.
Absolutely. And it's fun to get this insight. This isn't something that we saw in the past, although it was happening, all the way back to the shuttle missions.
Imagine if they did the propulsive
But now,
landing. I don't think they would, but I think the propulsive landing, guys, is there as a contingency. The Crew 9 press conference, which I didn't get to watch. I usually watch all the press conferences with you guys, but I was doing the flame trench last night for NASA spaceflight. I didn't get to watch it, but yeah, so 2 things. Steve Stitch, the guy that runs the commercial crew program for NASA, he's a famous shuttle engineer, like one of the foremost experts on crew space flight in the country by a long shot. he was there, and Steve basically said that the Dragon is enabled for propulsive landings. It could do it. SpaceX, and then Bill Gerstenmaier, who's the VP of flight reliability for SpaceX, basically he's in charge of like reusability. So first of all, he won. Not good. So first of all, Bill Gerstenmaier ran the shuttle program for like 30 years, give or take. Like ran the thing. He's probably a good guy that you want to talk to about flight reliability, right? He basically said that not only can they do propulsive landing. Now, Bill works for SpaceX now. He worked for NASA before. Steve still works for NASA, right? Not only did Gerst say that Dragon can do a propulsive landing as an abort contingency if the parachutes fail, but it has flown. Okay, come here. Come listen to this. Hang on. If you're like making a coffee or something, I get it. Listen to this. Dragon has flown in this flight configuration before on a private mission. Meaning SpaceX, we talked about this on the Flame Trench last night. Oh man, I really hope they'd test it. They already tested the configuration. Yeah, SpaceX already did it on a private mission. If I had to guess, it was Polaris Dawn. That's just a guess. It's just a guess. I don't know. They've already flown Dragon with the abort motors.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Live. Up there are the doors. Nobody's coming out just yet. They've flown with the abort motors live on a commercial mission prior. Not on a NASA mission, though. But they will fly it on NASA missions from now on. Now, keep in mind, Dragon is not going to do a crazy propulsive landing. I don't think it is. I could be wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong. I kind of want to see the thing land. That would be super cool. I don't think they're going to do it, but, who knows? Seems pretty ballsy. I would want it as an abort for the parachutes in case the parachutes malfunction, Cryonickel. But I will admit, it would be pretty cool to see Dragon do a propulsive landing and then just come down and land on land. I mean, you gotta basically, it's gonna land on the heat shield and destroy it, but the heat shield already gets destroyed by salt water anyway. All right, we're looking at a shot outside of ONC. Holy crap. I was like, that guy's tall, but he's standing on a step ladder. All right, cool. I was like, wait, whoa. It was enabled on Crew 8 as well. That's wild, dude. Yeah, crazy. So this is outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. There are two big things at ONC. You have the astronaut headquarters that are there for outgoing missions. It's like basically a 5-star hotel for astronauts that are ready to go. And then you have the spacecraft operations and checkout part of ONC. That's where Orion and the European Service Module. Orion is built there, first of all, and then the European Service Module is mated to it. But we're not getting into that today. This is just the astronaut part. We're flying on Dragon today. Ready for it. SpaceX has their Teslas. Because why wouldn't, obviously, it's just the obvious answer. These Model X's are sweet, dude. Like, I'm not the biggest Tesla guy around. But blacked out Model X's look pretty cool. But and you guys know me. I'm not the biggest fan of an egg with wheels. But if astronauts fly in it, then it's good, Is that an MRAP or a Bearcat on the left? I think it's a Bearcat tiny tank. That is the Kennedy Space Center SWAT team. And I know what people are going to ask. Why the heck does KSC have a SWAT team? Well, in the words of the immortal Burt Gummer, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Also, we have astronauts. Rajachari is right there. He commanded a prior Dragon mission before. And I didn't get to see who the other astronaut was out there. I also saw NASA Deputy Administrator, number 2 at NASA, Pam Melroy, ex-shuttle pilot, and shuttle commander. See this? This is art. Observe. And Anyway. It's to keep Florida Man out. You know what the funny thing is, 415? I've been down to the Cape many times. I've talked to not just like the NASA people that work there, but I talked to all the other people that work there, like the techs and Camera Swing, Rajachari, Bill Nelson, and Pam Melroy right there. Good job, director. Snoopy. It's the coolest thing, dude, because down there you get Florida Man, but super pro space Florida Man. It's awesome. It's pretty funny. Like Florida Man's like, yeah, we don't go near the Space Center. They're gonna shoot you. Don't go near there. What are you, crazy? Are you crazy? Don't go there. All the good old boys down there are all space flight nutcases, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty good time, man. They're all like, hell yeah, we gotta send people to Mars. We gotta send people to Mars. We gotta send people back to the moon. We send people everywhere. I'm like, I like you. You're all right, you know. Hey, Panta. They're all spaceflight nutcases. It's the best because everybody down there in Titusville and Port St. John and Cocoa Beach, they all work for the space program. They're all spaceflight nutcases, which is the best, dude. Hey, Lowe's, what's going on? But they also like race cars too, so yeah, they're all like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go to the drag strip after I finish working on the spaceship. I'm gonna get in my Mustang or Camaro, and we're gonna go to the drag strip and we're gonna run nines. I'm like, I like you. You're all right. You all right. Dude, in my travels down there, I got introduced to a guy that built dragsters, like pro stock dragsters at his house. I'm not going to say who or where, but the guy was building pro stock dragsters, and you know what his day job was? Building launch pads. Not a joke. I'm like, so you go to work, you build launch pads for rockets, and then when you're done, you go home and you build race cars and race them. The guy's like, yep. I'm like, we're friends now. He's like, no, we're not. I'm like, all right, cool. Stay classy.
Way. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, it's pretty rad, dude. The guy had a full tube chassis fabrication shop in his backyard. I'm like, anyway, Nick and Alexander are walking out here. They're making their way to the elevator to get the show on the road towards the launch pad.
Well, on their journey.
Oh yeah, Cryo, it's fantastic. Yeah, Miller, it's a dream job, dude. I'm like, you're awesome. And they seem to like me for whatever reason, so I'm like, all right, sweet. Cool. Here we go. In the elevator. Give the thumbs. Come on. Yeah! All right.
As you step into those elevators.
A very nice touch and a thumbs up as the elevator doors close. Now they're headed down to the first floor. And as they do so, since we're talking pre-launch traditions, and we had a few of them, here's another one. Both Nick and Alexander signing their mission patch inside crew quarters. The patch shows, of course, the trail of a rocket launching. And you can see a Falcon 9 in there with the number 9 on its beak, along with a crescent moon as its eye. That's a nod to the Falcon 9 rocket in the patch. And we'll have much more on this mission patch with a deeper dive into the...
Yeah, he said moron.
Later in the broadcast, which... You know, Xena, your team,
Wait, Crush.
when it was your
Discovery,
team,
go at throttle
all
up.
contributed to the design of this
That's
patch.
right. Yes. So this is a
the
patch
press
that I
corps
have
over
so
here.
much affinity for.
Astronaut friends and family are there, and then NASA, that's grass. NASA people are down at the bottom. That was grass, though. I don't know if you guys knew that. Oh, nice, Laws. There you go.
Building,
All right,
so
here we go.
We are focused on the
Pad
doors.
closeout crew coming out the door first.
That's right. Haley number 34 walking out.
You see the patches that the stickers.
Why haven't they launched crew from here before? There was no crew access arm, 415, and SpaceX wants the expanded capability. Now, I have my theories for why they want to do this. I have my theories. Starship from 39A. But my biggest one is that so they can simultaneously do concurrent operations between Falcon Heavy and a Crew Dragon mission. It's good capability to have. And for SpaceX, building a crew access tower is a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. Crew access tower is easy. That's easy to make comparatively to some of the stuff they cook up, like that big thing that they have down in Texas that's like 35 stories tall. Looks like a gigantic keg. Maybe you've seen it. Why does KSC SWAT have Durangos? What, guys? Why don't you get a real truck? Come on. What's wrong with you? Like that one they got in the back.
See on their...
The water tower. Bingo, Mute Hand. Yep. Is that Tesla in the front has a Starlink on its back? I don't know. I'll take a look. If they're Durango, if they're like an SRT Durango, then I'm kind of about that life, Bob. I'm not going to lie to you. If it's like if it's the one with the Hemi in it, is that thing got a Hemi? Then I'm good with it. But yeah, see, NASA officials down here, friends and family are there, the press corps over there. I believe Max from NSF is down there. I think he did he live streamed from there. He's live streaming from there, which is actually super cool. NSF, nothing is beyond our reach. They're probably free. Why no Explorer? I think I saw an Explorer police car, but here we go.
And I believe
this is the tradition, guys. Walk out the doors, down into your ride to get to your ride. Guys, so there is only stickers. They only started putting stickers on here. There we go. Nick and Alexander walking out down the ramp. There we go. They only started putting stickers on here during the shuttle program, but guys, that's the exact building, the exact ramp, the exact door that Neil, Buzz, and Mike walked out of to get to their Saturn V for Apollo 11. Astronauts have been walking out of this door since Apollo 8 from 1968. Every NASA astronaut that's been launched into space has come out of the O&C, which is, and cosmonaut too. Actually, some of the first cosmonauts to fly from American soil in the 90s walked out of this building. There's a lot of history here. It's hallowed ground for me. I don't know about you guys. This way to space. Yep. Building really hasn't looked like it's changed since the 60s. I dig it, man. It's cool. I like 1960s mid-century architecture. I think it's pretty cool. It's no art deco, but it's pretty good. So Borisov is there. Rajachari is there.
Not only all of the normal training for a mission like this, but additionally working really hard to.
Pretty sure there absolutely is a Starlink antenna there.
Roles that they weren't originally planned for. I know that they're ready.
Guy looks like Odd Job.
Gosh, it's amazing.
Sorry.
I know.
Sorry. Is he not? Really? Who throws a shoe? He's missing his hat. Yeah, it's because he threw it at somebody. Better to have it not needed than needed and not have it, right? You were merely adopted into the space flight. I was born into it, molded by it. Gorbonov is talking to Borisov there.
One extra chance for families to come up to the window of the Teslas
this is a budget
as
Star
they're ready
Wars
to roll off to
cosplay. No, these are. This is an astronaut and a cosmonaut flying into space.
And now they are getting into the Tesla.
As
Zena said, the doors will close, the windows will open, and they'll have a few more moments with their family and loved ones.
You can see them hooking back up to that cooling umbilical connected to their little personal briefcases. Get them some air on their way to the launch pad.
Switching from the handheld to the
doors
in-car
open up like this
system, right?
The
like this,
system
not like
is
this.
Actually, in the back behind.
Actually, they use Model X's because of those doors, Bree, which is actually super cool. It's easier to get into that with a spacesuit. That's why in the past the astronauts have basically drove out to their ride in basically a milk van or an RV or something. Because you don't have a lot of mobility with the spacesuits. Now, SpaceX suits are pretty good. They're pretty. They have pretty good dexterity for a spacesuit, but Yeah, it's enough to fit in a car. You couldn't do that with a shuttle flight suit. That would not be preferable. The suits are bulky. Now, why do they wear suits? Well, they wear, just in case anybody's wondering, they wear suits because, I don't know if you guys have ever flown on an airliner or something. Like, you know, they talk about the oxygen mask deploying and in case of cabin depressurization. Well, they wear suits for that exact reason. But in space, if the cabin depressurizes, you're going to lose air real fast. It's probably a good idea to wear a spacesuit. So you notice the spacesuit has the HVAC umbilical on their right thigh, the right-hand thigh, for, you know, to provide life support. Like, these spacesuits are not something that you'd go outside with, unless you're Jared Isaacman or Sarah Gillis. Sorry. These suits are not something you go outside. They're basically there in case you have like a hull leak on the way up. It's just better to have it not needed than needed and not have it. That's the theme for the day. There's Bill Nelson right there, the guy in the blue shirt. That is the #1 at NASA. He's the guy that loves pudding. It's an awesome sign. I want that. All right, here we go. We're rolling out.
That goes into something like this.
And they are off. On their way to Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You can see the crew driving away from the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, and this will begin a roughly 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center,
Thanks, Bob.
including the vehicle assembly.
Just remember, the proof is in the pudding.
Follow up on a note that you said. You've seen this from so many sides that by the time you get to space...
These are not the EVA suits, Sig. The EVA suits do look like the flight suits, but they're different. NASA's still using the kind of Mark I design right now.
Sure.
But,
All right. Well, while we've got the astronaut and cosmonaut in their vehicles headed
yeah,
to
there's
the
definitely
pad, let's
Starlinks
hear
on the
from
back of
them
those.
now, and let's start with Commander Nick Hague, who spent 5 months in Iraq in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let's listen more from the test pilot from Kansas.
The point of the human exploration of space is to benefit everyone on Earth. My name's Nick Hague, and I'm the commander for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station. Space is really hard. It's dynamic, it's unpredictable, and we've seen that play out over the last several months. But that's no different than the way it's always been. And so it's phenomenal to be part of a team that you see them respond to that and throw themselves at these new challenges and figure out ways to make it happen. It just makes you really proud to be part of the NASA team. I grew up on a farm out in western Kansas, looking up at the night sky, staring at the stars, dreaming about exploring space. At some point when you're growing up, the childhood dream of going to space transitions to a professional ambition. And for me, that time was at the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base. I've been to the space station before. My first launch was not quite successful, and we aborted about 2 minutes into the flight. So what was supposed to be a 200-day mission ended up being a 20-minute mission. I was able to try again 5 months later and complete the job that I was asked to do, which was go to the space station and spend 6 months on board. So I was part of Expeditions 59 and 60. Our mission hasn't changed. It's to get to the space station, conduct research, and come home. How we're going to do that is going to look a little bit different. This time, we're going to launch with just 2 crew. We're going to have 2 empty seats for Butch and Sonny, so that at the end of our mission, we're going to be able to bring them home. But one of the most exciting and challenging aspects of what lie ahead is how Alex and I are going to integrate into their crew. You know, they've been on the station for several months already, and it's going to be thrilling to be able to join them and get to work, doing that mission of discovery, conducting science, performing upgrades on the station, figuring out how to live and work not just in low Earth orbit, but how we're going to do that when we go to the moon and on to Mars. Safety culture at NASA is so critical. We manage risk every day. Just being able to watch the agency navigate those decisions over the last several months and balance the risk and the safety of the crew and the well-being of the crew and the vehicle and the mission has been phenomenal. What is crystal clear in that entire process is the commitment to making sure that when we launch crews, we're going to bring them home safe.
Right now, the astronaut and cosmonaut, so Nick and Alex can listen to, you listen to music. You have the stereo on here. You're blasting tunes while you go to the pad.
Hague. I like the part.
Also, I like Nick. Be like Nick. Nick is cool.
And translating that to a professional ambition, and here he goes. We also want to invite you.
What's the heavy backup at the rear of the convoy?
Jump in.
Insurance.
Conversation we're having right here on air. Send us your questions with the hashtag AskNASA on the platforms Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Astronaut Zena Cardman is here, and she is answering your questions and doing a great job of it.
Yes.
And so our next question is, well, Luke, who is just 8 years old, asks on Facebook, how tall is the rocket?
Oh, the Falcon 9 rocket is a little over 200 feet tall.
So that's roughly 20 stories if you think of a 20-story building, a hotel or a condominium.
Right. That's right.
I mean, it is a really tall rocket.
Dude, I've been here so many times. You hear him kind of stall for a second there. He was trying to think of what it is in metric and then decided not to say it and just said it's a really tall rocket instead. I cannot tell you how many times I've been in that exact position and you're like, you can't do the conversion in your head in real time. I'm telling you, being on TV makes you dumb, okay? Being on TV, being like streaming, you have like a debuff because you got so much stuff going on up here. Like, I'm on camera, you're listening to the producer talk in your ear, etc. Like there's a lot going on, and if you try to do math, you're gonna screw it up. Like, I've been in that position so many freaking times, dude. That's why I always, when I'm estimating, I always make sure to tell you, like, I think that's about this much. I don't know. You tell me, and then it's the internet, so someone's gonna tell you. Yo, you guys got a Twitch channel? So Nightwing, this is not the official NASA Twitch channel, but NASA does let me do my thing here on Twitch. I've got about as close as you want to call to an endorsement from them. But NASA can't endorse stuff, obviously. But yeah, now there's an official NASA Twitch channel too that is restreaming this without my crappy commentary. So if you want to go over there, go check them out too. I know the people that run that channel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not able to launch nearby.
I'm a follow anyways. What I do here, Nightwing, is I teach people about space and science. I play nerd video games and teach people about engineering, science, stuff like that. So once upon a time, played a lot of KSP. Got about like 15,000 hours in Kerbal. Right now we're playing through Satisfactory and building out a really big factory. But yeah, I like to show people different facets of engineering that, hopefully someone sees it's like, oh man, I want to make that into my career. Hopefully.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Certainly beats playing video games all day. But, I mean, that's what I do, so. They're going by Complex 39 here. They're not launching from that today. That building right there, that's OSB 1, Operations and Support Building 1. That's the VAB right there, and then the Launch Control Center should be right here on the right. There it is. There's the spiral staircase. And then you should see out in front of the crawlerway, this is the press site. That's NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building. You could, oh, dude, look, they're building ML2 back there. Better late than never. And 30 gifted you a sub, Nightwing. That's cool. And thank you for the follow. You got a sub. It's pretty rad. Now, once again, this is Complex 39. That's the gigantic crawlerway where moon rockets and space shuttles, once upon a time, did get rolled out. Space shuttle still flies in my mind, sorry. It hasn't flown for like 13 years.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Have gifted 5. Thank you very much. What is ML2? Mobile Launcher 2. ML2 is going to launch NASA's bigger version of the Space Launch System.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Twitch matched the sub. There we go. NASA teams are monitoring the launch from Hangar X. Hey, that's Reed Wiseman here. Speaking of Artemis.
Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana. And behind me, our Space Launch System core stage is on the move. That booster back there is going to power me, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen around the moon on Artemis 2. For the last 3 years, technicians have been manufacturing and assembling our 212-foot-tall Space Launch System core stage. In July, the core stage made the trek on NASA's Pegasus barge and shipped to the Exploration Ground Systems team at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The core stage rocket's arrival now puts the biggest piece of hardware for Artemis 2 shipped to Kennedy at the vehicle assembly building.
Next to this thing.
It joins the SLS rocket's twin 5-segment solid rocket boosters and the Orion spacecraft,
Let's go.
already undergoing testing and checkouts at the spaceport. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
The core stage is 22 stories tall, or it's a little under 70 meters. See, I just did it too. Can you explain why it's orange? Sure, absolutely.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The Space Launch System is space shuttle derived, so it has 4 X space shuttle engines down at the bottom. There's ML1, that's Mobile Launcher 1. That's the one that launched the first Artemis mission to the moon. It's orange because it's space shuttle derived. Now, if you can picture the space shuttle in your mind, you have the big orange tank, right? Also orange.
This is space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
Hey, that's up forward. I appreciate that. And then you have the solid rocket boosters, the white boosters on the side, and you have the orbiter on the side, right? SLS basically takes the orbiter off, takes the shuttle engines, puts them on the bottom, and puts an upper stage on top of the external tank. Now, the reason why it's orange is because of what's called SOFI. No, it's not a person. It's spray-on foam insulation because NASA likes to acronymize. That's your word of the day. It's not a word. Everything. So spray-on foam insulation. Now, the shuttle, in order to lug that big beast of an orbiter up into space, they needed to use a very efficient propellant. Very efficient propellant. That's crew escape system testing right there for Artemis. They needed to use a very, very efficient propellant, so they chose hydrogen. So hydrogen, they were using hydrogen as their fuel and liquid oxygen. So for all intents and purposes, I will call that hydrolox from now on. That's what that means. So because SLS is using hydrolox, right, the thing about hydrogen is that it's very, very difficult to keep as a liquid. Now, rockets take their fuel and oxidizer up there as liquids, oxidizer too. They take them up there as liquids because it's easier to manage, believe it or not. But here's the thing. Hydrogen is the most efficient rocket fuel we have by a long shot. SpaceX is kind of getting close to that with methane. But once again, there's the theoretical max efficiency, right? You can only combine so much methane with so much oxygen and get a certain explosion. There they are going past 39A. That's where the last crewed mission launched from. But notice that there's no rocket on the pad. You could go there and go up the crew access arm, but there's no rocket there. The reason why, just on a side note, is because they're reconfiguring that for Europa Clipper, another NASA mission, for Falcon Heavy. They're reconfiguring the pad. That's why there's no rocket on it. So that's why they launched from 40. They're going to drive right by this and turn south right here. But anyway, hydrogen is very, very efficient. It's a very efficient propellant, but the problem is that it's very difficult. It is difficult to manage. Now, I know I just said liquids are easier to manage. Yet gaseous hydrogen is extremely difficult to manage. You don't want that. And therein lies why it's orange. That spray-on foam insulation is designed to keep the hydrogen at like a certain temperature range, because hydrogen. So like, okay, think about water for a second here. Hydrogen only likes to exist as a liquid in a very, very low temperature range, a very small temperature range. So like if you think about water for a second, everybody knows at 0 Celsius, water freezes. At 100 Celsius, water boils. You have about 100-degree temperature delta there, where water exists as a liquid. Hydrogen's temperature changes for like the window for hydrogen to exist as a liquid is like maybe 2 to 3 degrees Celsius at minus 293 Celsius. Like 5 Kelvin maybe for the scientists. It's nothing. It's a very small range. So you have to keep it at the right temperature. Now, here's the big crazy part about that. Like when you start to drain fluid from it, you could get a temperature change because that cold hydrogen is going to move through parts of the rocket, and it's going to try to exchange the heat because it's so cold, right? So and if you do, it turns to gaseous hydrogen, in which case you Hindenburg yourself if you're not careful. I know the Hindenburg wasn't just totally because of hydrogen, but that's designed to get a picture in your head. It'll blow up like that. Yeah, you don't want that. With your rocket. With rockets, you generally want the explosion just to come out the bottom. If it comes out the sides, you got a big problem. Generally, we don't want that. So that spray-on foam insulation is there because it needs to keep that hydrogen at the right temperature. If you don't, it's going to turn to gas, and if it turns to gas, not great. Not great. Now, the mission that's flying today, Falcon 9 does not use hydrolox. Falcon 9 uses kerosene, if you really want to know. Kerosene and liquid oxygen. But anyway, here, I want to listen to Alexander.
Инженером, в частности, в космической отрасли, полностью захватило, и в старших классах я уже осознанно готовился. Я закончил Московский авиационный институт по направлению космические летательные аппараты и разгонные блоки. По образованию я инженер. Учась в институте, я также параллельно работал. После этого я поставил себе цель попасть в отряд космонавтов. На это ушло примерно 10 лет. В 2018 году я был отобран в отряд космонавтов. Международная кооперация – это одна из самых важнейших частей при исследовании космоса. Мне кажется, что когда человек выходит за пределы земной атмосферы, то он становится не только представителем своего государства или своей нации, но также представителем всего человечества. Когда я учился в институте, то ходил в горные походы, в зимние походы, научился нырять с аквалангом. Но самое вдохновляющее увлечение, которое у меня сохранилось до сих пор, это парапланеризм. Это невероятное, непередаваемое ощущение, когда ты летишь, и тебя сопровождает только звук ветра. Ну, я думаю, это похожее увлечение. С каждым годом все выше и выше. Чем больше занимаешься парапланеризмом, тем выше получается подняться на параплане. Соответственно, следующая ступень — космос, но без параплана.
Right on.
Minus the paraglider. Well, we saw some beautiful...
You know what's weird, dudes? I'm not trying to flex, but it's always strange to me because I've driven down this road in my travels at times when I've done things. Driven down this road and see them driving down the road is like, that's very strange. That's Slick 37, Space Launch Complex 37B right there. X Delta 4 pad. Pad 41 is on the right, and then you should be seeing the lightning towers of Pad 40 and the fixed service structure coming up here over the horizon on the right. If not, it's already past it. It's over there. Watch, they're going to take this right here, and you're going to see the lightning towers and the fixed service structure and the rocket come into view right around now. See? There it is.
Around sometimes the astronauts, as you know, posted
Let's
on
go.
social media. We didn't get one for...
Dumb question. Why do some astronauts get to go on multiple missions while others only go on one and are never seen again? Don't all astronauts go through the same rigorous training? And you can leave whenever you want, alien. Some astronauts get reassigned. Some of them only want to fly once. Some of them want to be career astronauts. Somebody use it. Some people fly astronauts, or some astronauts fly because they want to say they went to space and then go and do other things. Like John Glenn flew into space, twice technically. And then he went on to be a senator after that. That's what some people are there. It's not their life, not their life's job. You know what I mean? And that's cool. But I mean, I'm telling you, if I was an astronaut, I would never ever stop doing it. I'd be an old man, and they'd be like, "You want to go to space, CG?" I'd be like, "Yep, yep." Did we just become best friends? Yep. Want to go do karate in the Destiny module? Yep. You know? Now, all right, anyway. Those APCs right there are used for emergency evacuation. That's why they're painted white. If something goes wrong, they can jet down here, get into those, and be out real quick. Also, now that the astronaut and cosmonaut are at the pad, the first thing they're going to do is go to the bathroom. You think I'm kidding, but it makes sense. Even if you don't have to go, just go. It's going to be a long flight. Just saying. Now, with that being said, Dragon does have a toilet on board. Everybody asks this question. There is a head on board, and there's also a toilet on the ISS. How does that work? Vacuum cleaner. Very, very small vacuum. That's the idea. Yeah. How else are you going to do that? What are you looking at me for? What did I do? I didn't do nothing. All right, whatever. I'll shut up. Go back to that.
Top of the, not the very top, but the launch tower level that leads them to the spacecraft. They'll walk in the direction of those chevrons into this.
Hey man, you can look at me and you judge me all you want. The Apollo capsule didn't have that. They said, "Oh, we don't have the mass to put one in there. Here, have some Ziploc bags instead." Yeah, just saying. Just saying.
Than we are accustomed to seeing over at pad 39A.
So what we're looking at here is the white room with black curtains. You know. That's in the so the white room is a clean room environment that's attached to the capsule here. Note that there is the black curtains, so to speak, are kind of adhered to the Dragon right now from suction. And this whole thing is a air-conditioned, positive pressurized environment. The idea is that you don't want any like bugs or anything flying into the capsule when the astronauts are trying to get in. There's a lot of bugs in Florida, in case you didn't know. You don't want any what's called FOD.
This is space.
A fly
I'm in
buzzing
space.
around there would really suck. Hey, Scrotinator, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This is space. I'm in space.
Thank you for the subs, man. Yeah, you don't want FOD. So the whole crew access arm for SpaceX is the white room. Other pads have like a walkway to a pressurized room here. But yeah, the entire CAA for SpaceX, CAA is crew access arm for short. The entire CAA is positively pressurized. You'll notice they'll go through a door here when they go up the elevator. But yeah, that camera that you were seeing was in here looking at the hatch into the capsule. No bug assault on the ISS. Yep. I don't think many people realize just how big Dragon is compared to past spacecraft. Isn't it like a mansion compared to others? Oh, hold on. Weather report. It's pretty big for a capsule.
Florida, you can see we've got there in the lower half of the screen, you can see the clouds developing and starting to push from the west towards the east. That is coming in our direction. That was expected, streaming some moisture over our area, according to the launch weather officer. It's all because of a trailing boundary in the wake of was Hurricane Helene.
Yep.
It's stalled out over.
Just on a side note, dudes, they're talking. Daryl Nail's sitting there talking about the weather report. This isn't a computer graphic except for the outlines here. That's not a computer graphic. This is an actual picture from the GOES satellites, the weather satellites. So, in case anybody's wondering, like, you know, I get asked a lot, like, and I this is why I bring this up. I get asked a lot, like, oh, you know, what does NASA do? What does NASA do? Well, NASA, in partnership with the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA for short, they launched those satellites. Those are the satellites that every meteorologist uses. Like your local news, that they use that. That every weather report that you get really comes from those GOES satellites. That's a super important NASA mission. I mean, they're climate monitoring satellites, and they're monitoring like the rate that the planet heats up, obviously, like, and you know, trying to graph some effects on, you know, how humans are affecting the Earth and whatnot. But also at the same time, they're there to predict the weather. I say predict, not tell you what the weather is, because the weather they still get it wrong from time to time. If you live in New England like me, the weather they always kind of are like, might rain. What do you mean it might rain? It might rain, and then you know it's sunny out. Yeah. You want the weather to change? Wait 5 minutes. Climate change is a natural earthly thing. Well, of course, victim. Sure. Yeah. Duh. I never said that it wasn't. I said they're monitoring natural climate change and also potential effects of human effects on it. The climate changes even if we weren't here, guys. Like I hate to be that guy, right? Earth's climate changed way before humans were even here. All right. What NASA's really interested in is the rate, if we are changing it. I'm going to go ahead and guess probably yeah. You don't add 7 billion people to this planet and not change something, right? I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Go at
right?
throttle up.
That's right. Like, that's 7 billion people added to the planet. Planet's going to change a little bit. Like, it happens. Right? Now, it's important to monitor both of those things, though, right? You want to make sure, right? Also, I want my local weather report, even if it is mostly wrong. I don't know about you, dude. Thanks for saying it. Yeah, no problem. We were in an ice age 10,000 years ago. What's that? What was that? Was that not climate change? But remember, when people say, "Oh, we got to worry about climate change," we're looking at the rate that humans are messing with it, right? You know, we have all these things. We have all these carbon emissions because we decided burning dinosaur juice is a good idea. And don't get me wrong, it is. I think that's not the worst thing in the world that we could do, right? But like I said, we add all that carbon to the atmosphere, it's going to do something. Like, it's not going to do nothing, right? You know, and maybe plants absorb it, right? That's good too. That's what we want. We want plants to grow. You need plants to feed 7 billion people, for instance, right? But it also could have adverse effects, right? Like using the ocean as a gigantic CO2 scrubber that's probably not a good idea because once it reaches like critical absorption, we might have a big issue on our hands. But once again, that's stuff that should be monitored. But the planet's climate changes naturally. It's the rate of change that NASA's really interested in. That's what those satellites are there for. But also they're there for, you know, giving you the weather. That's kind of important. I would really like to know if a hurricane is coming, for instance. That would be useful information, right? All right. Nick and Alex went to the head here, and now what they're going to do is going to do the lean back, look at the rocket here.
You can see them doing the quintessential SpaceX flight suit lean back.
Yeah, baby.
The suit is designed to be most comfortable when you're in the seated position, so that...
Is this the first crew launch from Pad 40? Yep, absolutely. First crew launch from 40, guys. I keep hearing about chemtrails and spraying stuff on planes. Have you heard anything about that? People spray stuff from planes all the time. It's called crop dusting. Farmers use that to fertilize farms. Now, up there, I don't know, dude. I don't know nothing about that. I know the stuff that flies into space, all right? Like, I don't know, maybe. But most likely it's just contrails. What happens is up there at like 30,000 feet, it's really freaking cold. Why is it cold? The pressure drops. So, per the ideal gas law, this is not some crazy super scientific theory. You know, if you've ever fired a paintball gun, right? Like, you notice that the tank gets really cold. When you depressurize gas, temperature goes down. Pressure, PV equals nRT. It's something that you can see in everyday life, right? You know, if gas pressurizes, it gets hot. When it depressurizes, it gets cold. Pretty straightforward stuff. The pressure is lower up there, so it's colder. You have a very hot jet engine that's keeping the plane flying, right? That's shooting out exhaust at like 500 degrees Fahrenheit. That 500 degree Fahrenheit gas is instantly depressurizing into an extremely cold environment, right? So you get a temperature drop. You get that condensation because of that. It's not rocket science, man. Right? Also, you crop dust the office, you piece of shit. I'm trying to be professional over here. What the hell? You guys talk about farting. But then again, I was talking about the toilets, so whatever. It takes one to know one, I guess. If only people could understand it. It's not like, dude, it's not rocket science. Like, this isn't something like crazy scientific theory, guys. It's like, if you've ever fired a CO2 airsoft gun or a paintball gun or ever used compressed air on your keyboard, the can gets really freaking cold. It's the same thing. It's condensing. It's the same thing. I'm sorry. It's condensing. Why does that can condense? It condenses because, well, the gas inside is getting extremely cold because it's depressurizing, and it's getting cold enough to actually take the humidity in the atmosphere and actually condense it. That's why when you take a cold snack out of the fridge, water goes all over it. That's why it's cold. It's pulling the vapor out of the air. simultaneously, when they go to fuel the rocket up in about 2 hours, you'll see the same thing on Falcon 9. It's going to sweat because it's cold. Like, this ain't rocket science, dudes. Trust me. Rocket science is a little more complicated than that. Now, once again, the ideal gas law does play into this because rockets are still subject to physics, just like everything else. Here we go. Alex is going to sign the White Room wall here. This is a tradition that was started with DM2, Demo Mission 2 at 39A, but this is a new pad. You got to christen it.
And these will be the first signatures on the wall, unlike 39A,
Yeah,
which is
here we
actually
go.
full
They
of
get to be
signatures.
the
Hey, I just said that.
Choose a good spot, Alex.
Yeah.
No pressure. Oh, yeah.
Good signature.
Very nice.
Good. Boy, yeah. He went big, too.
Heck yeah, man. Dude, it must be...
There's only 2 of them. They can take
Wait,
up
Nick's
twice
a
as much
lefty?
space as they would.
That's right. Nick is a lefty, apparently.
That's
Stop
true.
copying me,
Strangely, the
Daryl.
Astronaut office has, I think, a higher percentage of lefties than most of the U.S. population.
How about that? Wonder why
Random
that is.
fact. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay, it's official. People from Kansas can't be trusted. Told you, dude. Tunic. Never trust a guy in a tunic.
You.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not NASA logo? Yeah, I noticed that, Brendan. At 39A, guys, there's a SpaceX logo, and then there's a NASA logo. If you're flying on a NASA-contracted mission for SpaceX, you sign the NASA logo. And if you're flying on a private mission for SpaceX, you sign the X logo. I noticed there's not 2 there. There's just an X logo, and they signed it. No NASA logo. Interestingly enough, Brendan, that's a good call. Nah, Kansas is all right. I was just kidding.
Absolutely.
But night is fun for people who watch launches.
Yes,
And
yes.
it lights up the sky.
Yep.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like SpaceX isn't trying to go for that future aesthetic with their crew access arm. They absolutely are. This looks like something out of 2001. I just want to point that out. Does that not look like something you would have seen in 2001: A Space Odyssey? SpaceX is absolutely doing that on purpose. That's absolutely doing that on purpose. Is the crew access arm longer than the one at 39A? I think it might slightly be, Jim. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So where's Hal? I don't want to know. Okay. Now, what they're doing here is called spacecraft ingress. It's a nice way of saying getting in the spacecraft. That's a nice way of saying that. Here we go. Alexander's getting into the pilot seat there. What they'll do is he'll attach his suit umbilical right there, and yep, see, and then he'll start buckling up, and make sure your tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position. And Nick's jumping in there. Now, once again, see the pad closeout crew has masks and baklavas on. Now, why? Why would they do that? You don't want FOD getting in, foreign object debris, like hairs and stuff. It's like beyond a food grade environment here. It's like a surgical environment almost. Now, that's the reason why the closeout crew has those numbers on their back. So you could see who the heck is who, because you're not going to be able to make out who's who here. Now, like I said, they're not ninjas. This is the pad closeout crew. The White Room here is basically a surgically sterile environment. You don't want like a bug flying in there. Can you imagine how much it would suck having bees in the spacecraft on the way up? That would be awful. We don't want that. We really don't want that. So the White Room has a positive pressure environment. They're pumping a lot of air in there. And everybody's basically surgically sterile there. Bees in the spacecraft. Ah! What is launching time? Crown Shorts 1:17 p.m. is our projected launch time. Weather is now downgraded to 45% go. We have winds 10 miles an hour coming out of the south-southwest. Temperatures 87 degrees, probably like 100% humidity. Let me just see. I just got to back it up there. So the concerns are cumulus cloud rule, flight through precipitation, and surface electric. Okay, so what do these mean? What do those things mean right there? Cumulus cloud rule means there's too many clouds in the way. Like you can have clouds at varying levels in meteorology here, and well, aerospace meteorology. you generally don't want to fly through a cloud, right? Because you don't know. Like, it's hard to, once again, the weathermen are pretty good, especially in aerospace. Aerospace meteorology is way better than the weatherman, like, on your local TV, right? But if there's a lot of clouds in the way, sometimes you really don't want to fly through it. But it also depends on if those clouds are charged or if there's a lot of moisture in them. That's what these other two rules are about. Flight through precipitation. Don't fly through a rain cloud. If you fly through the rain cloud at like 5,000 miles an hour, your spacecraft's going to get pelted with that moisture, and it'd be like a shotgun blast to the front of the spaceship. You definitely don't want that. That would be bad. Debris strikes on spacecraft generally don't end well. Yeah, like at all, right? And then the surface electric fields rule. This is one of my favorite ones. You want to know how the surface electric fields rule came to be a thing? Surface electric field rule basically states don't put the rocket into a launch configuration or position where it basically will become a lightning rod. Don't fly through charged clouds. That's a bad idea. NASA figured out why that was a bad idea in late 1969. Everybody knows that, in July 1969, Apollo 11 went. The follow-up mission that came right after that, a couple of months later, was the Apollo 12 mission. They launched when there was a lot of lightning in charged clouds. And guess what? Lightning struck the Saturn V on the way up and almost fried its computer on the way up. Yeah, lightning hit Saturn V right after it launched, arced down the vehicle, down the plume, and into the launch pad, and created a momentary circuit that basically shorted out some of the batteries for the antennas. Yeah. Prompting the famous NASA phrase, ECOM, try SCE, to auxiliary. They basically had to switch to an auxiliary power source because they fried the batteries. Yep. Apollo 11 almost, blew up on the, or Apollo 12 almost blew up on the way up. Not 11. 11 was fine. 12 almost exploded. If you listen to the communications loop, it's really funny because that's about as close as you're going to hear to an astronaut going, "Oh my God, we're going to die." It's pretty funny. They fixed it, right? This is like mid-ascent. They fixed the thing, right? And then the astronauts on the way up were just laughing. They were just like, "We almost just got killed. Oh, we got to do that whole moon thing now. Oh, great." It's an awesome story. Read about it. But that's why the surface electric field rule exists. Don't get the rocket struck by lightning. Don't put it into a position where it's going to become a lightning rod. That's a very, very important rule. Yeah, Apollo 12 was nuts. The thing almost blew up because they fried the computer. The batteries for the computer, if you really want to be technical. But yeah, also, the computer needs the battery to fly. Spacecraft have batteries. That's important. But planes get hit and they don't care. Why is that? It's basically because if lightning goes from cloud to plane to cloud, I mean, generally you don't want to fly through clouds in an aircraft either for the same reasons. You got to be careful with that. You're not grounding out for the most part. That's why planes can do it. But I mean, once again, rockets can get hit by lightning. They can. To be very clear, so can planes. It's not that big of a deal. But here's the thing. These rules are in place not because the thing can't get struck by lightning. I mean, it might be fine. It might be fine, but you really don't want to run 1.21 gigawatts through your spacecraft without really testing that, right? So rockets and planes can get struck by lightning. It's not that big of a deal. That Apollo mission was almost bad considering you're riding on something with the characteristic energy of a nuclear weapon, right? If the Saturn V popped, that would have been a very bad day. Any For All Mankind watchers out there? You know what I'm talking about. That would have been bad. That would have been very bad. Generally, they can get struck by lightning, but with spaceflight missions, because the environment that the spacecraft and the rocket are going into is just such a crazy dynamic environment. And then the vacuum of space is such a crazy place for us to be, right? It's just one of those things that you really just, why? Why would you do that? It's not that the spacecraft couldn't take it. The Russians have launched Soyuz and it's been hit by lightning. Soyuz doesn't care. The reason why Soyuz doesn't care is because Soyuz is derived from an ICBM, the R7 Semyorka. And it was designed to basically launch in anything. Because you don't want to have a nuclear exchange and not be able to launch your rocket because it's snowing. Right? It's not that the rocket can't get hit by lightning. It could. It'd probably be fine. Like the Apollo 12 was okay. It was fine. I mean, they had a little bit of a pucker moment, so to speak, but it was all right. But it's all about, you don't go launching into space with, it'll probably be fine. That is the entire, it'll probably be fine is not, that's not how you deal with risk. That's not how NASA does this. Look, remember how I said a second ago? Like, I know I live in New England. That's not Florida. But Florida's weather changes a lot faster than New England's does. So, right, in Florida, it'll be a monsoon condition for like 5 minutes, and then it'll be sunny again later. Where are they storing the extra suit? Underneath. There, it's under the seats. It's in one of those packages underneath the seats, if you really want to know. Just wait. Just wait an extra day. The ISS isn't going anywhere, right? With this, why even bother? Why take the risk of launching into a lightning storm? What's the rush, right? That's how you got to go about thinking it. It's not, you don't even want to, like, if you're a NASA engineer, you don't even want to get to the point where you're like, okay, we're putting ourselves into a scenario where the rocket could get struck by lightning, and if it does, we don't really know what's going to happen. You shouldn't even allow yourself to get to that point, right? You don't want to do that. Just wait. Just wait 5 minutes. It'll be sunny in 5 minutes in Florida, right? Anybody live in Florida, you know exactly what I'm talking about. During the summertime, every day, 3 to 4:30, without fail, it pours like a mother. And then it's sunny for the rest of the night. It's really funny because, you know, I lived down there for a little while, right? You know, if you're not from Florida, people say, oh, it's pouring out. All my afternoon plans are canceled, right? And then if you live down there and you just like, wait 5 minutes, it's going to be sunny, you know? They have an ICCP just like ships. Impressed current cathodic protection grounds the lightning. Oh, yeah, there's that too. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, geez, Martin. That's some nutso information. Make with 112-month resub. But yeah, hopefully, yeah. That's why they're monitoring the weather conditions, because there's nothing, it took, like, let me put it to you like this. It took years to get that spacecraft, that rocket, that first stage, everything, train these two up. We're talking about thousands and thousands of people from multiple countries to come together to get this thing to work. Took years to get this right. Just wait another day. Just wait till tomorrow. That's nothing on the scale, on the timeline that it took to make this thing actually do. All right. That's why it's just unnecessary risk. You don't want to take unnecessary risk. Just wait till it's sunny out. Right. That's why they have those rules. Are these astronauts civilian or civilians too? That's Colonel Nick Hague, U.S. Air Force, right there. And then that's Alexander Gorbonov. Gorbonov is, I don't think he is Russian military. He is a civilian that became a cosmonaut. It's his first flight, believe it or not. It's Nick's second and 1/2 flight. Nick's first flight was aboard a Russian Soyuz MS-10 a couple of years ago. Actually, it was a little more than that. It seems like a couple of years ago. Let me put it to you like that. And MS-10 exploded on the way up. Yeah. The spacecraft, all capsules are equipped with what's called a launch escape system or a launch abort system. It's basically an ejector seat. Yeah. The Soyuz also has the RDG traction motors that are used as basically the ejector seat. It ejects the capsule off the rocket. So on MS-10, when Nick went up and the rocket, actually when they separated, one of the boosters that they separated came back and slapped the thing and blew it up, right? Soyuz initiated the RDG traction motors and aborted. And Nick went through, for his first spaceflight mission, went through... Anyway, Nick went through a 9G ballistic abort. Ow. Yeah, that hurts. Yeah. Yeah, that hurts. That was his first mission. His second mission flew, I think he was MS-12. It flew on a Soyuz again 5 months later, and then went to the ISS and did a long duration stay there. And now that's why I say it's his 2.5 flight, but it's Alexander's first flight. Yeah. Nick Hague launched with Russian cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin. And now word on the street is that after they aborted and the Soyuz came down and the locator beacon came on, right? They got out of the capsule and Alexei looked at Nick and said, that was short flight. And then walked away to the recovery helicopter. Yep. All right. Yep. That makes sense. Fun fact, Alexei Ovchinin, the guy that flew with Nick on MS-10, is up at the space station right now. He launched on the MS-26 mission. So they're going to be together again up there in space, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that was short flight. Okay. We launch again later. It's like, all right. All right. All right. I read that this is the first actual Space Force dude to go to space. Any more expertise on that? So Nick is an Air Force pilot, probably transferred to the Space Force. So, all right, there they are. They're all strapped in and ready to go. What they're going to do is they're going to seal up the hatch here in a moment, and then they're going to do suit leak checks. I don't know anything about the Space Force. So, Knight, the Space Force is basically a department of the Air Force, like the Marine Corps is a department of the Navy. The men's department. What can I say, man? Crayons are appetizing. I'm just saying. Sorry. So the Space Force is a department of the Air Force. So it's kind of like an offshoot. So when the Space Force was established in 2017 is when they really started to do it. Like, it didn't come around until 2019, I think. I have to go check. A lot of people so they basically spun off a section of the Air Force into its own department, and a lot of people that were in that section of the Air Force just transferred to the Space Force. Now, what does the Space Force actually do? The Space Force, they control the ranges. So at the Cape here, at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Kennedy Space Center, and basically all up the East Coast, you have what's called the ETR, the Eastern Testing Range. It was originally there as a missile testing range during the Cold War. That's why all those launch pads are in Florida, because we were testing Atlas, Titan, Vanguard missiles. I mean, the Navy was doing something with the Vanguard missile. I wouldn't call it testing, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I'm just dumping on the Navy today. I like the Navy for what it's worth. They have the best toys, obviously. They have the Eastern Testing Range. The Eastern Testing Range is controlled by what's called Space Force Delta 45. It's the former Air Force 45th Space Wing. There's seat rotation, moving the seats into the upright position. Now on a plane, you have your tray into the upright position. On this, they have their seats in the upright position. The reason why is it's when you're being launched into space, NASA figured out it's better to be launched on your back, like that. It's better to be facing the direction that the spacecraft is going. Your body takes the G-load better. So the Space Force has Space Force Delta 45. They basically control the Eastern Testing Range. And what Delta 45 does for the Cape is basically it's something analogous to the air traffic control at an airport. They give you permission to launch. The range tells you about the weather. Right, those weather views, they work with NOAA and NASA to get you the weather and meteorological information, and they also put up weather balloons every hour leading up until the flight. These weather balloons will give them localized information about the meteorology, something that a satellite, like the way up in space, isn't necessarily going to get you. So basically, they're the range. They're the air traffic control. That's what Space Force Delta 45 does. Now, over on the West Coast, you have the Western Testing Range. There's the Eastern Testing Range and the Western Testing Range. I know, very, very clever names. Jolly Green Giants, the Crappy Beetles. The Crappy Beetles, are they any good? Oh, they suck. So it's not just a clever name. All right. No, you have the Western Testing Range. The Western Testing Range is controlled by Space Force Delta 30, which is the former 30th Space Wing at the Air Force. Like I said, when the Space Force was developed, they just took a section of the Air Force, moved it over here, and made it a little bigger and gave them a little more cash. Now, why did they do that? Long story short, more people are launching things into space. We see a Falcon 9 launch pretty much every 2 days nowadays. More people launching stuff into space. The range needs more bandwidth. So that's why Space Force was developed. It's a good idea. I still think it's a good idea. It was a great idea at the time. Just saying. The other things that the Space Force does, you have Space Force Delta 6 and Space Force Delta 4. What those, I think it's Delta 4. Oh, forgive me, Space Force guys, you're going to kill me. Sorry. They have the Space Control Squadrons, which are Space Force Deltas. Deltas are the name of their squadrons, right? That are basically looking at telescopes. This is Earth observation and stuff, and well, space observation. Those are basically categorizing and recording space debris. They're monitoring where satellites are, where debris is potentially, where our satellites are, where everybody else's satellites are. They're called control squadrons. Those squadrons are, like I said, they have telescopes and observation sats, like signals intelligence stuff up there. Like they're looking to where stuff is in space, because part of the Space Force's founding doctrine is space situational awareness. Basically know where everything is. You got to know where everything is. For like, how if the Space Control Squadrons don't know where the satellites are, how can Space Force Delta 4-5 tell them that it's good to launch? Part of the launch corridor, part of getting permission to launch a rocket into space, is making sure it doesn't get hit by a satellite on the way up. And that's what those control squadrons do. It's space situational awareness. And through that space situational awareness, the Space Force is able to do the second big founding goal of what Space Force does. It's called space debris management. You don't want to make a mess up there. There is an environment in space, and we can pollute it. If we pollute it, there's too much debris. You go to launch something into space, it'll get hit by a satellite if you don't know where it is, and that causes basically a scattering effect. That can cause a cascading effect called the Kessler syndrome. You don't want that. That kills everyone's satellites, even including your own. It's the Kessler syndrome is like the nuclear option. That's you don't want that. You don't want to do that. Trust me. Everybody dies. So, yeah, if you want a little bit more about what the Space Force does, space situational awareness and space debris management. That's really what they're all about. Hey, Rick, good to see you covering this. Thanks for covering it. Yeah, no problem. So right now, look, their suits are inflated. Alexander looks like the Michelin Man right there. They're checking to make sure that between O and C and here, they didn't puncture a hole in the suit.
And re-entry suits.
This is once again just precautionary. You want to really make sure that you don't have a leak.
0.5 pounds per square inch here on screen now. And
like, see how their suits are inflated? They look like the Michelin Man.
4.3 psi. That large suit.
Before I said that they were going to do the hatch closure and then suit pressurization, I got those events backwards. Sorry about that. They're doing suit press first, and then they're going to close the hatch, because you could tell they haven't closed the hatch because of the way it is. Now, if you were wondering, that is an iPad. They're documenting everything. You document every step of the way. That's crucial for what's called fault tree analysis in case something goes wrong. Every nut and bolt on this Dragon spacecraft has been documented. Now, if you don't work in the industry, if you work in the industry, you're going to understand that, right? You really want to make sure you have a change log, for instance. If you're a software engineer, you know exactly what that is. You want to have a change log that's kind of standardized across the board. Nobody touches this spacecraft without it being documented. Every step of the way gets documented just in case. That's why they're taking pictures. All those pictures get uploaded to a mainframe at SpaceX headquarters. Suit leak checks are complete. Hatch helmets are up. And that's in case something does go weird, they can figure out exactly where that problem or failure mode was introduced. You'll see the closeout crew taking pictures of everything that they do. Somebody, moves a package on the spaceship, you take a picture and you document it. Every single thing that's done to this capsule, from basically when it started being manufactured to now, has been documented and has had a picture of it taken for continuity. It's really important to do that. I work with medical devices. It's the same thing. Yeah, you got it, Heavy Metal. Yep. You really gotta be on that, because if something goes wrong, you notice how like NASA can figure out what went wrong with things. If something, God forbid something goes wrong, they can figure it out. This is why it's called fault tree analysis. It's basically troubleshooting the spacecraft. And no, that doesn't include turning it on and turning it back off again, even though that has happened. We've seen that happen on launches before. There's been launches in the past where we've heard the mission control loop and they're like, shut it off and turn it back on again. And they do it and it works and then they fly. But generally, troubleshooting with spacecraft's a little more complicated than that. They should just wear head cameras. I mean, Jeb, you could do that. A body cam? Sure, but I mean, those pads also have the checklist. So it's like, okay, SpaceX has a custom app that says, okay, make sure their seat is buckled. Okay, it's buckled. All right, take a picture of it. Like, there's that. But body cams could be useful too.
You want a really good seal between you
Yep.
and space.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
It's happened, Sebi. They've done it before. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hey, Yule, what's up? Seems weird seeing 2 empty seats. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Was Apollo 12 one of those turn it off and turn it back on again missions? Yeah, sure. That's fair. Sure, why not? Or potentially VR could be used for that kind of documentation, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Yep. SpaceX is using iPads, though. Now, if you look below Alexander down there, you can see that box right there. That's called an ISS rack. The ISS basically has modular lockers on board, and you can basically swap them think like a server rack, but a really, really space age server rack, but it's not just for electronics. You could put scientific experiments in there. You could put an actual locker in there, storage cubby, whatever. Usually that's one of the racks right there. If you look, that milled aluminum right there, it needs to be aluminum because the lockers need to be lighter mass. Weight has nothing to do with it in space. Weight has nothing to do with it, Marty. That's probably a scientific experiment. They'll probably say what it is. But yeah, that's definitely an ISS rack back there. And no doubt that they have the other spacesuit for Butch or Sonny down here packed in one of these space duffel bags.
Down 1, comm check.
Okay.
DC Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
MD is mission director.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
MD Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Freedom is the name of that Dragon capsule. Right now, the pad closeout crew.
Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Just shutting the door.
MD Freedom, I've got you loud and clear, Dragon ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
And Freedom's LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD Freedom, loud and clear.
LD is launch director.
And LD, I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Freedom LD on Dragon to ground with a comm check.
LD Freedom, loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
I have you the same, Freedom. Let's keep that storm salsa coming.
Nice.
I'm with you.
And Freedom, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Looks like Shiv is on. Sounds like Shiv is on core today. That's the
Copy all, Shiva.
Guy that's talking to the astronauts right now from SpaceX Mission Control.
So Xena, they just completed a number.
All right, so I'm about to say what Daryl's going to say. They completed 3 different types of communications checks there. They talked. The astronauts are talking to the mission director and the launch director through the ground loop, through Dragon's antennas, and then Dragon's antennas to ground, and then Dragon through NASA's tracking satellites. You want to make sure that all methods of communication are working before you go to launch, because once again, you don't want to have it and not need it, and you need it and not have it. Or you want to have it, not need it, not have it. You know what I mean? Have different ways to be able to hail each other just in case something goes wrong. Right? Now, what the ground closeout crew is doing here is they are inspecting the seals on the hatch. There's a mating seal on the hatch with a kind of a channel cut in it, and that channel is for a vacuum O-ring, basically. What they're going to do is once they inspect the seal, like, you want to make sure that that metal with the seal inside of it is perfect. It has to be perfect. You'll see them documenting it and taking pictures of it here in a second. You want to make sure that's perfect, because even if there's like a hair in there, like a human hair, it will not seal correctly. Now, why? What do you just make a better seal? Well, you got to remember, weight, mass management here is the thing. You want to try to make the thing as light as possible, but still also work, right? So, it doesn't take much to just make sure that the seal is clean before you go to launch it. So it's engineered to a pretty tight tolerance there. Also, it's engineered to a tight tolerance because you don't want your spacecraft to leak air. That's bad for it.
There in the southwest portion of Florida, then moving across the state towards the east and towards the spaceport. So
now, once again, the clouds that they're really worried about are these guys. See these little
camping out.
These boys headed towards the Cape right there. That's no good. Got to be careful.
We got some storms in the area.
Definitely lots to keep an eye on. Any launch is a complex puzzle of many components, so this one will be interesting as it unfolds today.
All right, now they're inspecting the capsule side seals here.
5 minutes and counting. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA, joined by NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, as we are walking you through the milestones.
So that right there is the cover for the seal. You could see the machined seal right there. They have a plastic cover on board to make sure nobody scratches that thing, or, well, make sure nobody scratches and breaks the, scratches the metal, and also make sure that metal is super sharp. Make sure it doesn't cut a hole in the suit. That was the plastic guard for it. Plastic guard is one of the final steps before they seal up this hatch. Once they do, they'll torque the hatch down, and it will latch to the spacecraft. You see, there he is taking pictures of the flange right there. And then they will basically pull all the atmosphere out of that vacuum seal. And the vacuum seal will what a vacuum O-ring is it's a piece of rubber all the way around. But what SpaceX does is, and this is what I mean about this thing being finely machined, what they'll do is they'll pull all the air out of the area between the metal and the O-ring, and the O-ring will expand into the machined area and create a really nice seal. So what they're going to do is they'll close the hatch, they'll torque it down, they'll torque down the bolt here. There's a bolt that you torque down with a torque wrench, and you got to make sure it's at the right tolerances so the flanges meet up on the door, right? And then you'll see them with a vacuum gun pull all the vacuum out of the channels in the seal to get the seal to inflate. Why is that metal super sharp? Why not dull it to make sure that doesn't happen? You need to have a precision surface, Dr. Gnome, so the seal inflates up against it and it doesn't leak. Yeah, it has to be very precise. Getting a door to seal on a spacecraft is not as easy as you might think.
And photo documenting as we go.
And you're not being that guy, Dr. Gnome. That was a good question. Man, I thought commercial aviation was highly regulated. This is a whole nother level. You got to be very careful, Amar. So, like, why don't they want hairs and stuff inside of here? Well, hairs, dust, all that stuff can jam up filters in your life support systems. I don't think I need to say why that's not a good thing. Now, with that being said, the astronauts are going to be up there and they're going to be shedding hairs and that's going to get caught and stuff. It does happen. You want to minimize it, right? You don't want to jam up your CO2 scrubbers, for instance, with dust. That would be bad. Now, on the ISS, there's filtration systems, right? And Dragon does have filtration systems too, but it's only a finite amount. Because Dragon's only designed to free fly for not that long. I mean, it can free fly for longer. We saw it with Polaris Dawn, right? But you really want to try to minimize that to make sure that you're giving your A game for the space mission. Once again, it's about minimizing risk. You don't want curveballs here. You want to try to make it as straightforward and deliberate as possible. And that's why you got to be careful about this stuff. The same thing in aviation. You don't want to introduce variables here. Spaceflight and aerospace engineering is already complicated enough. You don't need to make it more complicated. So having these preventative measures are basically maximizing your chance of success, or at least getting it as close. Nothing is 100% assured, right? Because whenever you're strapping yourself onto a rocket that accelerates to 27,500 kilometers an hour, you know that nothing is assured there. You can't be guaranteed that it's going to work. But this is at least maximizing your chances of success. They went to close the hatch there for a second and then stopped. I'm wondering what's going on there. Fall protection rigs in the background. Yes, Bob, those they'll start harnessing themselves up when they remove the seals from the crew access arm to Dragon. Now, the CAA seals are just an inflated seal. You can see it right there. It looks like a bouncy castle. That's just an inflated seal. The reason why the capsule one is a vacuum seal, once again, like I said, is mass. If you have a vacuum seal, it's less mass because the vacuum is nothing, right? If you vacuum seal it, it's a lot lighter. It's not lighter, it's nothing. But the CAA has just an inflatable seal. When they go, after they shut the hatch and they confirm that the hatch is good, and they do the leak checks and the leak check passes, they'll start deflating that seal on the crew access arm, this thing right here, and that will expose them to the outside air. When that happens, you want to put the harness on because it's about a 220-foot drop straight down to the launch pad. Remember, this is up at the top of the rocket. That's 22 stories that way, or about 70 meters up. Harness, you want that. Falling from that is not good for humans. It looks like they are doing some hatch inspection. There is built-in time into the countdown procedure here to take into account any curveballs that you might get here. That's why Nick and Alexander are just chilling. Honestly, see, sometimes astronauts sleep during this time period. You sit in the capsule. They got it. The team, the rest of the pad closeout team has to do other things. Just take a nap. Does anybody think the new spacesuits are horrible in terms of design, like visually with the rain boots? Yeah, they got the Han Solo thing going on, Dredd. I don't mind them, to be honest with you. I'll be honest. I grew up in the heyday of the space shuttle, so the orange suits are kind of my jam. I love those things. The pumpkin suits. I really like those. But I also understand, SpaceX is a commercial company. They're trying to sell it, dude. They're trying to make it look like an Iron Man suit, which I totally get. They're a commercial company. They got to sell the idea of space. They want this to look like the future, right? Like, I get it. That's really, I understand it, and I'm totally here for it, dude. But yeah, they got the Han Solo boots going on here. Kind of, I don't know. It ain't your pappy's spaceship, But I still think it's cool. I respect it. I understand what they're trying to do.
To stay closed throughout the space flight for the 6-month increment.
It sure does.
All the way
until... it's just okay, real quick. Another thing to take into account, guys, is that, in the past, we've seen very Spartan-looking spaceship. It's very utilitarian, all right? There's no reason why you can't marry form and function in design. It just takes a little bit longer. Now, I think it's cool that we live in a world where SpaceX can do that. They can make their spacecraft look like the future, look like what a spacecraft in the 2020s should look like. Right? Like our idea of one, at least. With that being said, the Spartan look, that was my alarm going off. With that being said, the Spartan look does have its own place, I think. That NASA, knobs and switches, old school, like space helmet, stuff. I think there is a time and a place for that. We'll see that during the Artemis missions, because that's a time where, when you're going to the moon, once again, minimizing risk. The spacesuit doesn't need to look nice. It just needs to work. And it needs to work really well. So, you're trading more function for form there. But once again, I think it's cool that we're in a timeline here where we can have companies that, don't have to have that utilitarian look. It can look super cool and futuristic, man. I'm in. That's cool. I dig it. That's if you guys want to know, that's my usual alarm for it's time to start streaming. I enabled it today just in case. I usually don't have it on Saturdays. That's okay, you have about an hour till you have to get to work, start to get up there and start to get the shop open and ready to go, But yeah, I can see how people could look at this and be like, it doesn't look like NASA's suit. It's a little weird, but I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to sell space. They're a commercial company. That's their business. I'm here for it. That's awesome.
And we also have a first-time flyer on this mission specialist Alexander Gorbonov. So
like
far, they
Ninja's
have
coffee,
completed their comm checks and making sure.
The seal does inflate.
This is space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
Apodoxin gifted 10 subs. Thank you. Space. I'm in space. Thanks, Apodoxin. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support over the last couple of days, guys.
This is space.
Seriously,
I'm in space.
I really appreciate it. It's really helping me out. So Andrew, the seal on the hatch does inflate, right? But it inflates because once again, the hatch seals come together and there's an O-ring inside, and they take the area between that little cavity between the O-ring and the flanges on the hatch. They bring that down to vacuum, and what that does is expand the seal. I'm pretty sure that's how that one works. So they say inflate the seal, but that's not necessarily the right way to say it, but it does inflate it inadvertently. Because bringing it down to vacuum and using that to inflate it would be less mass than filling it up with air, right? And then trying to seal that way.
We came on the air at 9:10 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail with NASA astronaut Zena Cardman.
Sim, what's up? EJ, silly question, but did the spacesuits seem very rigid when the astronauts were doing the spacewalk during the Polaris Dawn mission? They did, Sim. That's not because they are. We saw them waving and stuff. We saw the Polaris Dawn crew waving around when they were down on Earth, before they got into the spacecraft and after. What Jared Isaacman and Sarah Gillis were doing when they did that EVA was testing dexterity with the spacesuit, right? Now, you got to be very careful. Anytime you're doing an EVA, every movement should be very deliberate. There's a reason why NASA astronauts practice the EVA for thousands of hours before they launch up into space to do work on the ISS. There's a reason why. The reason why is because every move has to be super right. It's very easy to poke a hole in a suit. Very easy. It's a lot easier than you guys might think, right? You have to be super careful. The reason why Isaacman's arm was like this is because you're testing a brand new suit. It's an EVA. There's no place to go if something goes wrong. The capsule's depressurized. It's not like you can run back to the airlock if something does happen, which NASA's had to do in the past. They've had their EMUs, one of them leaked water one time, and Luca Parmentano, an Italian astronaut, had to get back to the airlock quick because you could basically drown in space if your spacesuit starts leaking water internally. That is extremely dangerous, right? Because what if the water starts pooling up here? You're screwed. Screwed. So you got to think about it in context. Isaacman and Sarah Gillis and Scott and Anna were that's a very dangerous situation. Do not tread lightly. Do not go crazy. Don't go around going, because if you pop your suit, you're screwed. You are screwed. Maybe some duct tape will fix it. Any Martian fans out there? But this is a new suit, new environment. They tested one hand, test one thing at a time. And that's what we heard that's what we heard Jared Isaacman and Sarah doing. That's what they were doing. They were testing one thing at a time. Test the fingers first, and then test the arm, and then test the shoulder. Just move in very slow increments. That's why they looked like they were up in space. There was a reason for that, because you're testing one thing at a time. It's super dangerous, dude. Dude, imagine if you'd popped the hole in the suit. You'd be screwed. There's no place to go. So be careful, right? That's why they looked like a cadaver floating around in space. That was the reason. You got to be very, very careful there. Okay, there we go. Looking to close the hatch here.
During the launch countdown.
Freedom copies.
And that state machine transition that they mention is the flight state.
Why couldn't they do that on Earth in a
that's
vacuum chamber? The team did spend time in vacuum chambers for sure. They did. I don't think they tested the suits in a vacuum chamber per se, but you know, even in the vacuum chamber on Earth, if something goes weird, right, you can just depressurize it and you're good to go. And you could certainly find failure modes with that. But the first time you're doing something up in space, you want to be deliberate, even if you've practiced it 1,000 times and even if you've tested it 1,000 times on the ground. Just be careful. Because once again, it's about minimizing risk. It's not that they didn't test for it. It's that why would you go flailing around like a lunatic on the first EVA with the first spacesuit? Don't do that. You are increasing your odds of failing there, right? You're there to test the suit, to just pop out of the capsule like a gopher for a second, move it around, test the arms, make sure the arms work, come back down. The next flight will be crazier. Trust me on this one. They'll go out, they'll start moving around as they know and understand how the suit works, right? That's what you want to be, that's what you really want to test for. I wouldn't go into a vacuum chamber with a suit on. I mean, unless I was really confident in the system. Like, and that confidence isn't garnered from like, oh, I'm looking at that spacesuit. Yeah, that'll work. That confidence comes from understanding what you're doing. And that's the name of the game here. That's why astronauts are astronauts, because they need to understand what this is. You need to understand what you're doing. You don't understand what you're doing, you're increasing your odds of failure, right? It's about understanding the spacecraft and understanding what your mission is. That's super freaking important for Air Force pilots as well. That's also that's a very important thing to understand. That you know, engineers like NASA astronauts are basically they're engineers that are in flight. They're there to understand what's going on, understand the spacecraft, understand what it's doing. This is what space exploration is all about. If you don't understand what your spacecraft is doing, right? And then you could potentially introduce it to a failure mode. And if that failure mode makes your spaceship explode, for instance, or your oxygen tanks explode, right? What do? You got to be prepared. You got to know. You got to understand. Like Apollo 13, they fortunately, Jim Lovell, Fred Hayes, and Jack Swigert knew enough about the spacecraft because they helped make the thing that they knew what to do with the help of mission control on Apollo 13 to figure it out, right? You got to understand your spaceship. You got to understand what you're flying on. If you don't, you're like, I don't want to be bleak, but it's not going to end well. So that's why, like, on the first flight, it's not that they could have tested it on the ground. They should have tested it on the ground. They probably did. But on that first Polaris Dawn EVA, it pays to go slow. You gotta be deliberate. You gotta be careful.
Kind of person where if you have stored one of your bits for one of the tools in a difficult to reach location and you're sitting there struggling, he's just reaching over and helping you retrieve it.
Cry over, you're a lunatic.
Put it on your tool before you can even think to complain out loud. Exactly.
Thank you for the explanation. Wow. If you guys have any more questions about this, risk, how astronauts go about doing this stuff, I can answer it. I haven't worked for NASA, but I've worked with them on stuff streaming on Twitch, like TwitchCon panels and stuff, for what it's worth. I'm not an engineer by trade, but I've been following the space program and reporting on it for well over a decade at this point. I also have 15,000 hours in KSP, so I'm pretty good at that space thing. No. I've spent the better part of 10 years streaming here on Twitch, trying to learn everything that I possibly can about spacecraft and risk management and stuff. That is also aided by people that watch the stream that work in the industry that teach me. Because apparently I'm good at explaining things. Just saying. But yeah, if you have any more questions about that, risk and how you'd go about doing this, why they're doing what they're doing, why is everybody dressed like a ninja? Why do these guys look like the Michelin Man sometimes? I can answer all that. There's no
Discovery,
problem.
go at throttle up.
That ain't no problem. You understand? You come here, you got your questions, I answer your questions for you. You capiche? Hey, Sim. Tier 1, 3 months in advance. 28 months total. Thank you very much.
See his reaction as he goes into space for the first time. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Gorbonov graduated from the military department with a specialty in operation and repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Yeah, that's Gorbonov's first flight. He's the pilot on this mission. So, Dread Sunlock, can you explain in your own way why stuff seems to burn or freeze at the same time in space? Okay. Yeah, sure. No problem. Okay, so little bit of a precursor on material science and physics here. So, Dread, say I have a plate, just a plate of steel, right? Plate of steel. And it's in the middle of summer, and I put that plate outside. What's going to happen? And it's sitting in the sun all day. What happens when you try to get in your car in the summertime? It is absurdly hot. Why? Well, metal is an insanely good conductor of heat. Metal is very good at conducting heat. It absorbs heat pretty well. Now, here's the thing to understand. Metal's a good conductor of heat, but you got to understand that the vacuum of space isn't cold. It's the absence of heat. It's nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing to absorb the heat. So in space, when you're flying around up there, when you're in the sunlight, stuff gets extremely freaking hot because you're in a metal spacecraft, right? Stuff gets hot. That's important. That's why Dragon has those things. See, there's solar panels right here, but there's radiators on the other side. Now, simultaneously, go back to that metal plate analogy. You leave the metal plate outside in the dead of winter at night, it's going to freeze. The heat will get sucked out of it. Why? Well, pressure, right? I mean, amongst other things, right? It's because it's dark, right? There's no sunlight in it. You get lower pressure. I'll be just a little bit at night. Like, it's not a big pressure change, but it's enough to suck all the heat out of that thing. It's important to understand that heat is quantitative, okay? So think about, like, you have a glass of water, you have a glass, right? And you pour water into that glass. Eventually it'll overflow, okay? Metal does the same thing with heat, or any matter for that matter. Any matter for that matter. Great choice of words there, bud. Eventually it's going to overflow. Now, metal, if it overflows, so to speak, with heat, it's going to start melting. It'll reach a critical mass and it'll start melting. You'll start going through phase change, right? So in space, it can simultaneously be superbly hot and superbly cold when you're in the sunlight or when you're in the dark. Now, why is that? When you're in the sun, you absorb all the heat. But there's something to think about here, okay? Remember, I said metal plate outside, metal plate inside, okay? Or metal plate outside in the middle of the day, metal plate outside in the middle of the night, right? As the sun goes down, the temperature will drop, pressure will inadvertently go a little bit down, it'll get a little colder, right? And you'll gradually just pull all the heat out of there. Where does that heat go? Well, that heat goes through the air, right? You convect it. It gets convected, right? In space, there's no convection because there's no air, right? So, landing pad. So when you're up there, it's not that you're simultaneously cold and hot at the same time. It's that when you're up there in the sunlight, it can get extremely hot, right? And when you're up there in the darkness, like if you're in a low Earth orbit and the sun goes down, you're on the, Earth is eclipsing the sun, right? It can get super freaking cold too at the same time. But that's where we're talking about, in that regard, we're talking about skin temperature. You got to remember, the vacuum is nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing there. So it's not that you get cold. It's that there's nothing. Okay? So, like, you see ice forming in space because what happens is when the pressure drops, it goes through phase change, right? And for a split second, it freezes and then it becomes nothing until it melts again when it gets in the sun. The skin temperatures on a spacecraft or on a spacesuit can be really hot in the sun and really cold on the backside. But here's the thing, that's skin temperature too. There's heat inside as well. Like there's you know, like I said, something can absorb a good amount of heat, right? So it can simultaneously be hot and cold, but because you can't convect anything, stuff overheats in space. So like, don't think stuff gets cold in space. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of all over the place with this analogy. Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting that particular question, but yeah, you gotta. On a spacecraft, it's all about heat management. Because the outside of the spacecraft can be super cold. The skin temperature is cold because it's not in the sun. But the side of the spacecraft that is in the sun is really, really freaking hot. And that is heating up the spacecraft, right? But there's no way to convect air off of it, so you have radiators, right? And the radiators can basically, they control the heat absorption of the spacecraft and make sure it doesn't fry inside. Like, a lot of people have a misconception, dude, that, like, space is cold. Space is not cold. Space is nothing. Believe it or not, because space is nothing, it's really easy to melt stuff up there because there's no way to get rid of the heat. A metal, that metal plate, say we put that thing up in space, it'll just absorb heat until it melts without any thermal control systems. Very, very important to understand that. Yeah. So like the plate down here is going to go through the day-night cycle and it's going to change temperature. In space, that temperature doesn't change because there's no air, there's no pressure, there's no change. Like it'll just get really, really hot if you're in the sunlight, and it'll just stay that way when you're cold. Now, just because the skin temperature on something when you're in the darkness is cold, that doesn't mean you took that heat and you put it somewhere. Remember, quantitative. Heat is quantitative. Something can absorb heat, and then you can pour water out of your proverbial heat glass, so to speak, right? Through convection. But that doesn't happen in space. There's no way to convect heat up there. There's no air. A car's, an internal combustion engine's radiator won't work in space because it's not a radiator. It uses convection, right? It uses air going through it. You can't do that in space because there's no air, right? So it's not that it's simultaneously hot and cold. It's that stuff oh, it's raining. It's that stuff gets too hot and you have to shed the heat. Right? Space appears to be cold, but it's not cold. It's nothing. The only reason why it looks cold and why like stuff freezes in space, so to speak, is because the temperature drops in things if you put them outside. Right? It drops to nothing. And it'll stay nothing until the sun comes and melts it. Does that make sense? It's kind of, that wasn't the best analogy, dude, but long story short, stuff isn't hot or cold in space. It's just mostly hot because space is nothing. That would be a quicker way of saying it. Sorry, that was off the cuff. I wonder if those dudes can hear the rain. They absolutely can. Yes.
Launch time 0.
Freedom's with you.
I don't know, guys.
Dragon, so good news is we've got a healthy pad, Dragon is healthy, and Falcon is looking good. The story remains weather, as previously briefed.
Give me a second, Cosmic.
We're watching radar data in real time. Currently, we'd be no-go to launch, but we think there's a real shot of getting a clearing in the weather around T-0, and the ascent weather continues to look good, so we've got a chance of going to space today. We'll check in as we have more updates.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Freedom copies. Good pad, good vehicle, and you're saying there's a chance with the weather. Outstanding.
You said what I said. So you're saying there's a chance? All right. So, Cosmic, how do they get rid of heat? I knew this question was coming. Fortunately, I have a little better explanation for this one off the top of my head. So, what are methods for transferring heat? Let's go back to physics class in high school. What are methods for transferring heat? So there's convection. There's using the air around you to absorb heat, because air is a good conductor of heat too. If it wasn't, air conditioning wouldn't work very well. That's more about Freon being a good heat conductor, but you get what I'm trying to say. So there's convection. What else? Conduction. Conduction is dissipating heat through surfaces touching each other. So if you're watching this on a computer, or like on a home computer or something, I mean, even your phone to an extent, but if you're watching this on a computer, your computer has a heat sink on it. That heat sink takes the heat from the processor, it conducts it into a metallic heat sink via a medium of thermal paste, right? And that heat sink is either water cooled, if you're liquid cooled and you're elite hacksaw. Yeah, sorry, I just dated myself with that. Or you have an air cooled heat sink, which is basically an aluminum radiator. And the cooling fans in your computer blow air over that, and the air exchanges the heat through convection with your heat sink. But your heat sink is directly attached via the thermal paste to your processor, and it conducts heat away from it. So that's conduction. You have convection, you have conduction, and then there's the last one, radiation. If you can't use air, like you can't use air up there because there is no air. You can't conduct something because you're flying through space. There's nothing to touch to dissipate the heat. And even if you did find something to touch, it's just going to be hot too because it's also sitting in the sun, right? So what does that leave for your last method of heat transfer? Radiation. What's radiation? We're not crawling out through the fallout here, even though you fly through that stuff in space. It's a little more spicy than the nuclear blast stuff down here up there. Without the atmosphere and the magnetic field, it gets a little spicy. We'll call it spicy waves. Anyway, radiation. So how do you radiate something in space? Well, if there's no air, what is up there? What is there to be used as a thermal avenue, right? What is? There's no air. Can't use that. Can't use conduction. There's light. Light. Right? The lights are on up in space, except when the Earth is eclipsing. There's this big pulsating helium hydrogen reactor that comes up in the morning every day, and if you stare at it too long, your eyes start to hurt. There's light. Absolutely. One of the byproducts of the sun is light. The sun is a big power plant, right? One of the byproducts of that is light. So you have light. You can dissipate heat through light, through black body radiation is what it's called. That's what those radiators are right there. See those? Well, of course, they changed it right when I went to point at it. You notice that the bottom underneath the capsule, you have your solar panels on one side, you have radiators on the other. Basically, they have heat exchangers on Dragon. They exchange into coolant, and that coolant goes through those radiators, right? And the radiators have metallic, the radiators are made out of a metallic alloy that glows. It glows really, 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 really bright when you need to dissipate a lot of heat. And they dissipate through black body radiation, through light, through the infrared light. They use light as their channel for heat, which is, whoever thought of that is way smarter than me. Yeah. Whoever thought that is way smarter. Yeah, that's pretty damn smart. But yeah, that's how they do that. The ISS also has radiators for the same reason. Heck, even SpaceX's second stage, right? The second stage Merlin vacuum engine. If you're a SpaceX fan and you've watched Falcon 9 launches like almost every day, you notice that second stage nozzle glows. There's a reason why. That's the passive cooling system. That's how it doesn't melt. Pretty cool, huh? I think the rocket is not pointy enough. Oh, Dredd, how can it be? It's not supposed to instill fear into your enemies. It is not a missile. Dragon 1 didn't have that trunk set up that way, right? No, it didn't. Dragon 1 had solar panels on its trunk, deployable ones, and I'm not sure where the radiators were. I'd have to go look. The weather does look a little bit sus, yeah, for sure.
So if you're a severe foodie,
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, let's keep talking about methods of heat transfer, please, rather than foodies. Space can be cold in the dark because if you imagine you are not in the sun, such as the night side of the moon, the thermal energy will radiate away into deep space. On Earth, you have the thermal mass of the atmosphere to act as a damper to massive temperature swings. That's a better way to explain it, Pi, than what I said. But I mean, my way still works. But yeah, there's a better way to do it. What I try to do is not go on too long-winded explanations, guys. I try to make my explanations as short and as concise as possible. But it is off the cuff. And it is in front of a live audience sometimes that, and I firmly believe this, that being on camera and being in front of the camera makes you dumber. Like, try to do addition when a lot of people are watching you. Like, trying to do math in public is like, But yeah, I'm trying my best, dudes. I swear I know this. I swear I know about basic physics. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't. EJ, short and concise. I said I try to be, old man, all right? I try to. Don't worry. I know you're a lot smarter than you sound. You didn't bring me on here so because of my good looks, right? You didn't bring me on here because of my good looks, but you could have. Where are you going? Think they're gonna come back? No? All right, cool. Our astronauts are on camera. They're screwed. Well, fortunately, they have a team of a couple thousand people behind them just in case, Dread. Also, if being on camera is going to make you screw up, you probably shouldn't be an astronaut. The reason why I'm not sitting next to them. Didn't make the grade. I've never tried to apply.
Additional one for Butch Wilmore, and that is so that when they come back home on this Crew 9 Dragon capsule, they will, just like Alexander and Nick, have a way to connect to the communications and the life support systems of the Dragon capsule.
Oh, damn. Why'd you prove me right?
All right, T-minus 1 hour and 50 minutes and counting. Let's take you in.
Thoughts on Duncan? I freaking love Duncan, guy.
Flight controllers are constantly monitoring the International Space Station and the people living on board. We welcome in NASA's Nilofer Ramji, who is live there at Johnson Space Center. Nilofer, good afternoon.
Yeah, Joe, I wish I'd realized when I was 18 what a 2.3 GPA. Yep. Astronauts like you. Do you think our rain boots look dumb? Astronaut 2, da comrade. It's tovarish in Russian. Good. Am I mistaken? Pretty sure. Also, isn't Alexander a cosmonaut? You can read Russian? Doga. A little bit. You don't follow the Russian space program or the ISS program without picking up stuff over the course of a decade, man.
You said. Right now, the Crew 8 Dragon has been reconfigured so that Butch and Sunny have 2 seats available for them in the event of an emergency abort station.
Kirov report.
The arrival of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner earlier this month, and the departure.
That was just a Red October quote. Verify distance to target. 1 ping only. I don't know why I'm Scottish, but claim to be Lithuanian.
The new commander, Sunny Williams. So we currently have 9 people living and working aboard the space station, and that number will be bumped up to 11 for just about a week. During that time, Hague and Gorbonov will go over handover procedures with Crew 8, which includes a safety briefing and orientation. Then they're going to jump right in and help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies, supporting our efforts preparing for human missions to the moon. Following the week-long handover, the Crew 8 members, which include NASA astronauts Commander Matthew Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, and mission specialists Jeanette Epps, alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbenkin, will prepare for their undocking no earlier than October 7th. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station at 23 years and counting. And now, with under 2 hours before launch, we're going to send it back to you, Daryl at Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Nilofer. A great look inside Mission Control in Houston.
When will we break 20 people in orbit? Basia, I have a feeling that I'm not sure exactly when, but I have a feeling that moment is rapidly approaching. Yep. How do they vote in space? Actually, Jays, that's a really good question. All the Americans on the space station are gonna have to vote in November, and they actually they can cast their ballots through a secure line electronically. Yeah, NASA has a way of doing that. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Joe Simba 1, 53-month resub. Godspeed, Crew 9. Yeah, baby. Also, a reminder, vote. You could write in Mickey Mouse. I don't care. Just vote. Trust me on this one. I don't care who you vote for. I'm not going to judge. Just vote. Remember that.
For human space flight.
I mean, Mickey Mouse would... No,
it's a long
probably
process.
not. No, never mind.
One that
I thought about that for a
NASA
second.
walked alongside of SpaceX through
hard pass.
those years of
Donald
building
Duck,
out the infrastructure and making the necessary upgrades, not the least of which
going
was
to the
the
ISS
crew access
Yep.
arm.
My wife just asked, how do they pee when sitting there so long? Now, Cosmic, they're okay. This is a little bit undignified, but a question that gets asked almost every time. No problem. It's, yeah. All right, so this is going to get a little graphic. Okay, so they have absorbency garments on just in case, but it's on the suit, right? Just to be sure, you don't want to take any chances. But believe it or not, the first thing that they did when Nick and Alexander got to the pad, the first thing that they did was use the restroom. Because, yeah, you're going to be sitting there for a little bit of time, and no doubt your nerves are going to kick up a little bit, right? And, you know, like, before you got to go to the bathroom before you do something nuts, right? Or it's true. So the first thing that they do is use the restroom. Now, with that being said, once the spacecraft is on orbit, Dragon has a toilet on board. There's a head. It's over there. It's actually underneath the hatch, believe it or not. And it kind of like folds out. And there's a privacy curtain. But yeah, it's yeah. In that interim period, you have an absorbency garment. Just in case. But yeah, you're really trying to you really don't try not to use that, but it's there just in case. Better to have it, not need it, not have it, right? Just in case. But yeah, you want to minimize your absorbency garments use during this interim period between ingressing into the spacecraft and getting up on orbit. Does that make sense?
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Ray, do that.
Some kind words there.
We'll relay to him.
Nick Hague to the closeout crew who have strapped them in to their Dragon Freedom. Close the side hatch.
How do they go when they're sitting there? Well, that depends.
Leaving these two as the only one who will be on the pad for launch.
Closeout crew's left the pad. All the ninjas are gone.
It's a lonely place, but you do have your crewmate there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it might seem, but you.
I'll be 100% real with you. You know, Daryl Nail just said it'd be lonely. Not having people near me would be the last thing that I'm thinking about here. If, you know, you're strapped into a spaceship and, like, ready to go into space, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I'm so lonely right now. I'd be like, nah, I'm just space. Do they intentionally drink less water? You don't want to intentionally drink less water, Arash. It's just, like I said, if you have to go, you have to go. It's not like they're going to report that on the comm loop. Like, hey, mission control, I'm taking a dump right now. Just wanted to let you know. Beep. You know, like, but yeah, you can if you want. I would. I mean, like I said, you got to pick that up. You got to pick that up if you do. But yeah, you know, it's not that long of a period between times where you can't get to the toilet. So, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I would hold it. I ain't going in the suit. That would be awful to pick up once you get in space. That'd be, yeah, nope, hard pass. I'll hold it. That's a good question, though. You don't want to dehydrate yourself either. Going into space with a dehydration headache would really suck. That would be really bad.
Falcon with a number 9 on its beak and a crescent moon as its eye, a nod to the Falcon 9 rocket. And
pretty cool
the Delta
badge.
symbol at the bottom there, used since 1961, signifies historic connections to the earliest days of space ventures.
Going for deuce,
And
Mr.
you had a
Control.
hand,
We
you and your
copy
team. when you were part of this crew of designing it.
Absolutely. One of the traditions I love in human space flight are these patches that represent the crew and the teams who prepare us for the mission, prepare us for flight. And so our entire crew is able to contribute to the design of this patch, able to include meaningful symbols, even some of the colors that we used for the patch, the gold.
Honestly, what I'd be doing right now if I were them, I'd take a nap. Take a nap if you can. I'm not gonna lie to you, that'd be a little nerve-wracking being in there, but I'd probably try to get some shut-eye. At least a little bit. Where are the crew names on the patches? I think they edited the patch because there was originally supposed to be 4 names here, and now there's just 2. This was not supposed to be a 2-person mission, Jason. This was supposed to launch with 4. The names should have been right there, but they're not. They edited them out. The reason why is because this Dragon mission is... they rotated crew off of this mission, so the crew... The test pilots, Butch and Sunny, that are up there from the Starliner CFT-1 mission are basically going to join up with this crew and do a long-duration stay. The Starliner CFT-1 mission did encounter some problems with their thrusters overheating. They're overheating because of radiation. They're introducing too much heat in, and you can't radiate it out fast enough. We learned about thermal methods of transfer a little second ago in the stream. So NASA made the decision to bring the capsule back down with nobody on board, and then just on the next rotation mission, the next bus that comes up, have Butch and Sunny be on that mission instead. So this was supposed to launch with 4. Xena Cardman right there, who's doing the color commentary here on the NASA cast with Daryl Nail, she was supposed to fly on this mission. She's supposed to sit in that seat right there. But they got rotated to another mission. Not the next one. I think the one after that, if I had to guess. I don't know. They haven't announced that yet. But Nick and Alexander are going to launch on this mission, and when they come down in February, they'll come down with 4. This was supposed to have 4, but, you know, when you get curveballs in space flight, you have to improvise, you have to adapt, you have to overcome. The key is to finding the way to do that minimizes and retires the most amount of risk, right? Like, if the thrusters overheated on Starliner with Butch and Sunny on board, you could have actually stranded them in space, which would have caused probably an uncontrolled re-entry, which would be extremely bad. NASA didn't want to take the chance. That's fair. You don't take the chance with spaceflight when you're 95% sure. You take the chance when you're 99% sure. You have to be able to prove it. Right? And they couldn't prove it because they couldn't get hands on the thruster that was supposedly overheating because it's on a service module on the back of the capsule where no astronaut can go. Now, I know what people are saying, well, why didn't they just send somebody out there and look at it? Well, you got to understand that going and trying to work on the service module, well, even when it's docked to the space station, would be like trying to change the oil on a car engine when you're going 60 miles an hour down the highway. 100 kilometers an hour. That's a little risky. It's a little risky. You don't do a Blues Brothers and stick your head out and over the hood and try to change the oil, right? Like, that's not, what the heck was that? The motor, it's throwing a rod. Is that serious? Yep. You don't want to do that. So they weren't 100% sure, or at least as close to 100% sure that they could bring them back down on Starliner. So what was the next big thing? Well, a Dragon's going to launch up sooner rather than later because you got to rotate the crew. Might as well launch it with just 2 people and then just have the test pilots stay up there and then come back down on just hitch a ride on the bus that's already coming, right? So that was the easiest way to retire risk. Changing the oil on the highway, I believe in you.
Right there, just reaching up, interacting.
2 that got rotated must be very disappointed. I'm sure they're really upset, Chesticles. You don't get to fly into space now. You get to do it in next year, and you're also an astronaut. I'd be like, all right, whatever. It kind of sucks not being able to go now, but whatever. Whatever. I'm still an astronaut. It's not like you're not gonna fly into space, you know. I'd be like, all right, cool. So they have 1 additional SpaceX suit on board, and there is a spare on the ISS in case of emergency, in case of something like this happens, right? So they do have another spacesuit. It's packed in the closest thing that to the back seat, I guess, that you're going to get with a spacecraft. See all this stuff down below them? That's all the supplies that they're going to need, and in there is another one of these suits.
Actually,
if you could do that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's easy to laugh at, but I think
Aren't
it's also a
suits,
great
though?
indication.
Yeah, Vargon, they are fitted suits, but every astronaut that's part of the commercial crew program gets their size measurements, and those size measurements clearly are sent to SpaceX and Boeing for this exact reason, because, yeah, the suits are form-fitted. It's a custom-tailored suit for right now. Maybe we'll get to the point in the future where, you know, I mean, NASA does have one-size-fits-all spacesuits. The extravehicular mobility units that they use for EVAing on the ISS are one-size-fits-all. Actually, they have 3 different sizes. It's 3 sizes fits all, but that's another story. So yeah, they have their measurements, and they basically have the emergency suit. I'm not sure about that one, but the one on here is probably tailored, if I had to guess. So the EVMUs that NASA has up there have 3 components. You have the backpack, which is the life support systems, and then you have the torso and the helmet, and then you have the suit at the waist comes apart, so you have like pants and you have a torso, and they bolt into each other, right? There's 3 different sizes of legs and 3 different sizes of torsos, one backpack. And NASA has a bunch of different sizes up on the ISS, depending on who's up there to conduct an EVA. Yeah, they have small, medium, and large. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Great tie-in. For Alex,
who did the other Crew 9 patch you showed on Flame Trench yesterday? Astro Levels, I think NASA did that as well. That was the quick patch, but yeah, that's a pretty funny one. I think. Not sure.
Excuse me. That represent different milestones.
I think that was SpaceX's patch
of his 2018 class, and the flag of the higher education institution where he graduated from back in 2014. And during interviews on board the ISS that we see from time to time.
Hey guys, speaking of, you were talking about going to the bathroom here. I have to relieve the waste tanks. I will be back momentarily. Listen to the awesome commentary from the NASA PAO Daryl Nail and Xena Carpenter.
A common theme, of course, everyone feels an allegiance to their alma mater or to their hometown. It's part of what makes us who we are, which is really a huge, important part of the reason why we make it to the International Space Station. We're bringing with us not only our professional backgrounds, but this incredible personal history.
T-minus 1 hour and 34 minutes and counting. We are just 4 minutes away from doing a health check on the launch escape system at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes. We'll hear that called out and communicated with the crew inside. As Crew 9 launches today, we get a launch. That only means that Crew 8, it will be their turn to come home.
That's exactly right. I know there's a picture of Crew 8.
Yeah, this is them as they walked out. NASA,
many months ago.
Yeah. Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebenkin. There you see them launching from the Space Center, and then, of course, they've been living and working on the space station now for 6 months. Once Crew 9 arrives, there will be what's called a handover for about 5 to 7 days, and then Crew 8 will undock.
Yeah, absolutely. That handover period is really, really useful. I mean, you can train for months and in most cases years to live and work on the International Space Station, but it's really hard to know exactly what it's like until you get there. So for rookie flyers, first-time flyers, that handover period is a great time to get a lot of advice from the people who are the experts who have been there most recently. And even for a veteran flyer, someone like Nick Hague, this is not his first trip to the International Space Station, so in many ways he's an absolute expert. But the International Space Station is changing and evolving constantly. So it's a great time to get to know what is new on the space station, what little quirks have changed, stowage locations, how things are working now, and a great chance to get that institutional knowledge from the people who have spent the last many months there. So I know Crew 8 is anxious for Crew 9.
So I have potable and non-potable water here. There's no water up at my shop here. So if you're wondering whether I washed my hands, I used the non-potable water that I have up here to do that. Yeah. So yes, I did. And hopefully I don't get fined for that potable water. You know, if I throw it in the, you know, in the grass. If you know, you know.
Configured in order to bring Butch and Sunny home in the case of an emergency.
That's right, yeah.
Deconfigure that, right, and then get Crew 9 configured.
Absolutely.
Do you know if the seats and footrests are made of aluminum or something and carbon fiber? Both. It's so the outer skin of the seat is aluminum. The footrests are carbon fiber, and the cushions on the seat are form fitted. It got to be light as possible. I think the seats actually might be carbon fiber too, but I know there is aluminum somewhere in this design. I don't know exactly. Like, that's definitely not you guys can't see that. That's definitely not carbon fiber. It might be. I don't know, but that definitely doesn't look like it.
As you will notice, 6 seats, and so this required a lot of extra special engineering a great team.
Most of the stuff is form-fitted, just like the seats have an insert that you can put in. This seat doesn't have, this one over here doesn't have any insert in it. If you look, like this one seems to have a headrest, and this one doesn't have that, right? But it has the bolts for it. The reason why is you really want to be form-fitted and as comfortable as possible. The reason why you want to be as comfortable as possible isn't, you know, because you're like, oh, riding in style. No. Launch is a pretty damn violent event. It's not gonna, if they go to launch today, it's not gonna look too bad 90 minutes out. It's not gonna look too bad, but you're at certain point. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I wouldn't be necessarily worried about this. I'm worried about that. That's gonna be there in 90 minutes. But SpaceX has been known to thread the needle. They might launch through that right there. You guys can't see it. They might launch through, see that? See this opening right there? They might launch in that. It's possible. But, yeah. Yeah, weather guy, I did. I'm just watching you. So, yeah. All cool. Thank you. Material science is so cool. Yeah, once again, it's about minimizing mass as much as you can, Just. You have to minimize mass. You can't. So rockets are, there's like kind of a defining formula, like for rocket science. It's called the ideal rocket equation, or Tsiolkovsky's rocket equation. I could get into the math if you really wanted to. It's about noting how much a spacecraft can change its velocity. So it's delta V. So delta V is specific impulse times gravitational constant, natural log initial mass over final. What that means in plain English is basically the less rocket you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on your rocket, the further you're going to go, right? Spacecraft's range is actually not measured in distance, believe it or not. If you went to a rocket science and said, my rocket has a 250,000 mile range, they'd be like, what? What are you talking about? If you went to an engineer, a rocket scientist, and said, my rocket can accelerate to 25,000 miles an hour, they'd go, oh yeah, your rocket can get to the moon. All right, cool. It's all about speed. Hot, nasty, awesome speed. No, so, like I said, less rocket that you have on your rocket, more fuel you have on your rocket, faster you're going to go. Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, once again, there are certain components that you can't really make that much lighter. You know, like, well, I mean, maybe slim down a little bit. No, that's part of the reason why astronauts need to be in shape. You don't see any like larger people being launched into space. There's a good reason for that, because that's, yeah, spacecraft like won't go as far. Anyway, also launching into space is pretty hard on the body, at least the ascent. The uphill and downhill rides can get pretty, they get pretty violent. If you ever rode a ride, if anybody's ever been to Disney World, ever been to Epcot, which is actually not far from this, right? And you've rode the green mission, or the more intense mission on the Mission Space ride, but for longer. It hurts. It'll hurt. It'll really hurt if you're not careful. It's really hard on the body, dude. So is there a fuel space station in space yet? Eminem, not yet. SpaceX is actually working on that, dude, because they need to do in-flight refueling for Starship, because getting that big, gigantic ship out to the moon is going to take a lot of fuel, right? So SpaceX is trying to do in-flight refueling, something analogous to what like a KC-135 would do, right? And if they get that, they'll be able to go a lot further into space. Just like planes with in-flight refueling can fly a lot further, right? So, yeah, going back to what we were talking about, Chess, everything has to be as light as possible. The less rocket you have on your rocket, the better. The more fuel you have, the further you're going to go. Now, the efficiency of said fuel, or the impulse of said fuel, also is important. That's also something that comes into play. Now, different engines. So, once again, if you know the Delta V formula and you know a little bit about propulsion engineering, forgive me. I know these aren't the right ways to say this. I know about mass flow rate, combustion chamber pressure, exhaust velocity, expansion ratio. I know. I'm trying to keep this simple. All right. So, how does the efficiency play into it on a rocket? Well, basically, how effectively can the rocket take liquid fuel, whatever your liquid fuel is, and your oxidizer, combine them together, atomize them, and then explode them? How efficiently can it do that? Some rocket engines have the same propellants, depending on your fuel delivery systems, right? So what's called an injector, depending on your injector plate, can do this more efficiently than others. Just like certain engines, like car engines, can get better fuel economy. Certain car engines get better miles to the gallon than other ones. There's a lot more at play there. Once again, I'm keeping this very simple, right? But how effectively your rocket can take fuel and oxidizer, combine it together, and explode it completely and shoot it out the bottom has a lot to do with it. That plays into the Delta V formula as well. And once again, that's why I said more fuel on your rocket, less rocket on your rocket. That's really the plain English way of saying that. Now, I could get into specifics if anybody wants to know more. Would you like to know more? I'm doing my part. If you wanted to know more, I could get into that. But yeah, propulsion is a huge rabbit hole, to be honest with you. Yeah, but that's the gist of it. Yes, that's right, Seeker. Yes. Mm-hmm. What chances do I have to get accepted into an engineering college in the USA if you're over 30? I don't know. Shoot your shot. Figure it out. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah, it looks like Alexander's taking a nap.
Space complex.
When Starship comes online, will that be able to launch larger people into orbit? I mean, sure, Brandon. Yeah. But space is, like I said, space is pretty hard on the human body. We're not supposed to be up there. Like, don't read too much into that. It's like, oh, if we would be able to go up there if we weren't up there. No. Don't read it like that. It's pretty tough on the body. If you're going to be up there for a long period of time, you really, really, really don't want to have. You really want to make sure you're healthy up there. Space is very, very hard on the body. You can atrophy your muscles. It puts stress. You have fluid distribution, like your lymphatic fluid gets moved around because it's not under the force of gravity. You can, if you stay up there for too long, you come back down, you can get muscle atrophy. It screws with your bone density. Yeah, you really want to make sure you're healthy before you launch up there. That would be, I mean, Starship might be able to send larger people up there, but if you're staying up there for a long period of time, you probably want to try and be as healthy as possible. Because like I said, space is tough. It's tough on the human body. I mean, also you're getting irradiated to an extent. There's also that. I mean, it's not lethal, obviously. The spacecraft being made out of aluminum bounces a majority of the radiation, but you're still basically sitting in the sun all day. You know what I mean? Yeah, trust me. If you're out of shape and you go up there, you're like, it's not even out of shape. It's just being healthy. Like, you don't need to be jacked to go up there, right? Like, it's just tough. It's tough on the human body. If you're up there and like you have asthma, for instance, and you're out of shape, you're not going to have a good time. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're asthmatic, you can't launch into space. Sure, you could. But once again, I don't think NASA would do that right now because they're trying to push the forefront, right? That doesn't mean it couldn't happen in the future. It's like nothing's stopping you from bringing an inhaler, you know what I mean? But yeah, you really don't want to be out of shape to launch into space. It'll really, really mess you up if you're not careful. These guys, when they get up there, like Nick and Alexander are doing a 6-month mission. Butch and Sonny are even longer because they launched in June. They're going to be up there for 8 months, 9 months almost, right? That they got to work out every day, 2 hours every day. You have to do a full workout. You can't skip leg day in space. That's extraordinarily bad for you. Like, you got to keep your bone mass density up. You have to keep your muscles from atrophying. You have to work out a lot, or else you'll really pay for that in the long run. It is hypersonic. Yep. All right, Pi. Thank you for the insight. I'll see you in a little bit. Haley proved that you can have prosthetic implants and launch into space just fine. Sebi, I don't ever recall saying that you can't launch into space if you've had prosthetics or if you're out of shape. I'm saying you're decreasing your odds of successfully coming back if you're not healthy. Don't get confused, and don't try to spin this as some type of not being inclusive about people being launched into space. If we want to live in space, we're going to have to figure that problem out sooner rather than later. But right now, it pays to be healthy. Haley also was pretty dang healthy, despite prosthetics on the Inspiration 4 mission, right? It's kind of important. I don't understand the point you're trying to make, but don't paint this as some exclusive thing, okay? It's not. You're not thinking about that problem correctly.
Or a vehicle assembly building. It's all part of the Artemis program.
Oh, okay, I got you.
NASA's program to return to the moon, put the first woman and person of color on the surface of the moon.
There you go, Cheats, exactly.
So we have time to slip in another.
No problem, Brendan.
Another comment from Xena, I was going to say. About just the
no
history of the
if you
flight
go, you're not
today.
coming back. Okay.
This is a crew of 2 versus a crew of 4, and that was changed in order to provide seats, which you can see there on the left and the right. They're empty. Those seats will be filled by Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams when they return about 5 months from now.
EJ, would you be okay going to Mars and not returning for science? Tim, I honestly don't think space exploration is space exploration if you don't have a ride home. Now, there's going, like, for instance, there's going to Mars and there's staying there, but not having the option to come home is, I would call that being a lemming. I wouldn't call that space exploration, right? You always should have an exit strategy. You know what I mean? That's not space exploration. Now, don't get me wrong. I know what people are going to be like, well, how are we going to colonize Mars then? Eventually, sure, absolutely. But even when European colonists came to the New World, in the 14 and 1500s, they still had a way to get back. They still had the ships to go home if they really wanted to. I mean, they weren't going to, because that's a very long journey, right? But you could. You had the option to. You had the option to go back to the old world if you really wanted to. And some people did. Right? One-way trips, permanent one-way trips. I don't think that's a good way to go about extending our dexterity into the stars. I don't think that's a good idea. I think you can do a one-way trip, but have the option to go home if you really need to. That doesn't mean, like, it's you can go on a one-way trip with an asterisk. You know what I mean? Always have an avenue home.
Good afternoon. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and I'm joining you here from the Kennedy Space Center, and this is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who has been gracious to spend the last 3 hours with us as we count down to the launch of Dragon spacecraft Freedom, sitting on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Liftoff time is still holding for 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 9th rotational flight to the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Nick Hague and cosmonaut Alexander Gorbonov will be launching from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station right here in Florida in a little over an hour.
Is that Clark Kent? Yes.
They will join flight engineers Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams as part of Expedition 72 and other crew members already on station. Butch and Sonny arrived to the International Space Station on a Starliner test flight back in June. But after experiencing some technical issues with Starliner, NASA extended Butch and Sonny's stay to about 8 months after prioritizing safety by including them in Crew 9 and bringing them back on a Dragon capsule. As you can imagine, they are awaiting both Nick and Alexander to join them on station. You trained with this crew. You were at one time the commander of this crew, but it had to change due to the decision made to prioritize the safety of Butch and Sonny. What are your thoughts about just that change? What was your reaction when you heard about it, and how have you been carrying yourself forward in that moment?
Yeah, Daryl, it's complex, but so is spaceflight. Butch and Sonny are both test pilots, and they were on a test mission for that Starliner spacecraft. And so I think it's actually really valuable experience that we've gotten and a lot of great data. But we always prioritize the safety of the crew. And so even though we were all grateful to see that spacecraft land safely without crew on board, I personally think it's a good decision to always prioritize safety of the crew members. And Butch and Sonny are professionals who are well prepared. They are previous space flyers who have spent time on the space station before. So they're doing great work on board the space station now.
And you're quite the professional as well, Zena, caring not only about your team and supporting them as they've continued to make these changes, but also being here with us to walk us through the milestones as we get ready for launch.
Yes, it's my pleasure.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take you through Crew 9's launch day preparations so far this morning. After waking up and having a bite to eat, SpaceX helped Nick and Alexander into their suits inside historic crew quarters suit-up room. They also played a card game, a tradition, to beat the commander, to use up all his bad luck before the flight. Then the crew followed in the same footsteps as every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968.
Don't talk over the
walking out
Daryl.
to greet a crowd of family and friends.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, just wanted to check in. Falcon and Dragon are still looking healthy for a launch attempt today. We're still watching the real-time weather for conditions at the T0. Ascent corridor does still remain go based on the latest forecasts. At this time, we are trending to continue, and we expect to have the next update around the T-minus 1 hour mark. How copy?
And Freedom copies. Ascent corridor is good, and we're just looking at the local weather. We'll get an update at the T-minus 1 hour, and the crew's doing good.
Great to hear.
So the next weather update will be in about 13 minutes. Hoovian, you asked if they're taking supplies. Yeah, of course. It's behind them. It's in the back seat of the capsule. See all that stuff strapped in behind them down there? This thing right here, that box is an ISS rack. The International Space Station on the US side has basically swappable lockers, right? Now they're not lockers. Like you could have a locker, you could store stuff in it, but they're that's where they have all their scientific experiments. Like you could pull a scientific experiment out and put another one in. It works like server racks almost would probably be a good analog to that. Like you can pull a computer out, put another one in. There's SpaceX mission control. So that box down there is an ISS rack. It's probably a science experiment. Could be, or it could be a locker full of food. Could be either one.
Over an hour from now. So far this year, we've launched 5 missions to the space station, which includes 3 resupply missions, and those are CRS-30, Northrop Grumman 20 and 21, as well as 2 human spaceflight missions, Crew 8 and Axiom 3. Overall, this will be Dragon's 44th visit to the space station and its 13th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting lab.
As Daryl mentioned, today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, which previously flew the NASA Crew 4 mission, in addition to Axiom missions 2 and 3. Over the last 3+ hours, Crew 9 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat, NASA astronaut and U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague. He is making his second trip to low Earth orbit. This Kansas native and test pilot was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 203 days in space conducting 3 spacewalks. Next to him is mission specialist Alexander Gorbonov, who was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute, and he is a first-time flyer.
We are so excited to have Nick and Alexander on board today. To date, SpaceX has flown 54 passengers to space since the Demo 2 mission in May of 2020. And coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening to the team to report their readiness for the propellant load with a final go-no-go pull. So far, it continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time from Slick 40 in Florida. Today's launch is a big day for spaceflight. It will be the first time in history astronauts will launch from Space Launch Complex 40. So while we wait for that go pull, let's learn just a bit more about how Slick 40 was prepared for today's flight.
Cool.
SpaceX acquired the lease for Slick 40 back in 2007, and 3 years later, Falcon 9 made its inaugural flight from the pad. Since then, Slick 40 has launched dozens of notable missions for SpaceX, including our first demonstration missions as part of NASA's Commercial Orbital Transportation Services program, as well as the very first Dragon Commercial Resupply Services missions. As of today, Pad 40 has hosted over 200 Falcon 9 launches. In 2023, in order to accommodate for the growing Dragon manifest, we added a tower and access arm to support human spaceflight missions. So we now have the flexibility to launch Dragon missions at either Launch Complex 39A or at Slick 40. And in March of this year, the CRS-30 mission to the space station was the very first to use this access arm for the late loading of time-sensitive cargo. And today, for the very first time, a crew boarded Dragon using this new access arm to fly to space. To help prepare Slick 40, the team also added emergency egress chutes that provide a new way to rapidly evacuate anyone off the tower to maximize human safety across a variety of scenarios. This is a bit different from the slide basket system that is used at Launch Complex 39A, where baskets are suspended from slide wires that extend from the launch tower to a landing zone.
This is something that, we hope we never have to use, obviously, but it is really amazing how quickly it unfolds and how quickly it allows someone to get off of the pad and or out of the kind of danger area, get into that car and move away.
Yeah, certainly.
So sorry about that.
No worries. As a reminder, 2 of the seats will be empty for today's flight, and they will be filled during our return next February by NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, who are currently living and working aboard the space station.
Butch and Sunny launched on June 5th as part of NASA's Boeing crew flight test on the Starliner spacecraft. As Starliner approached the space station for docking, NASA and Boeing identified helium leaks and experienced issues with the spacecraft's reaction control thrusters. Following weeks of in-space and ground testing, technical interchange meetings, and agency reviews, NASA made the decision to prioritize safety and return Starliner without its crew. Starliner did safely land uncrewed on Saturday, September 7th.
To prepare for those manifest changes on today's flight, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbonov ran through a number of training exercises to allow Alexander to build his expertise on Dragon operations. They also performed emergency scenarios with stand-ins for Butch and Sunny to simulate the conditions they could face during the downhill or return portion of flight, and that is targeted for February of 2025.
For each crew, SpaceX suits are custom tailored to fit each astronaut and provide oxygen, cooling, communications, and protection during the dynamic phases of flight. For Crew 9's return, there was already a reserve spacesuit on the space station that NASA astronaut Suni Williams will wear for the journey home. In fact, Suni helped SpaceX fit test their spacesuits a few years ago as part of the preparations for crew missions. SpaceX built a prototype of the IVA, or intravehicular activity, flight suit design for the original CCP cadre, which included Suni, as part of the overall commercial crew development process. Butch Wilmore's suit was created using measurements provided by NASA based on his sizing for an extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, which are the suits astronauts wear on spacewalks outside the space station, and that's being delivered on today's launch.
So everything is set for Butch and Suni to return with Nick and Alexander when Crew 9 comes home next year. Now we're just at about T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes, counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with Nilofer at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston.
Yes, and thank you so much, Atticus. Welcome back to Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are here in the hub of human spaceflight at NASA. The team has pulled go for launch. The International Space Station is ready for the crew to lift off as they begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. In the home of Rendezvous Tomorrow, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into integrated operations. This means that both flight control teams will conduct a series of go and no-go polls for Dragon Freedom's docking to the space station. Rotation missions like Crew 9 help NASA to continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into our solar system, including Mars. So now let's take a closer look at the mission and what Crew 9 will have to look forward to during their 5-month stay aboard the International Space Station.
Dragon, heads up that we are going to be cycling
the mission hasn't changed in 25 years. It's to get to the space station, conduct research, and come home. How we're going to do that is going to look a little bit different. Alex and myself are going to launch with 2 empty seats, so we've got room for Butch and Suni to join us once we get there. They've been on orbit months already, and one of the biggest challenges ahead for Alex and I, one of the most exciting aspects, is how are we going to integrate into their crew and get to work on the space station, doing the research and performing the spacewalks and the station upgrades and helping us continue that mission of discovery. The International Space Station is this unique place that we have built over the course of a decade with 100 launches and 100 spacewalks to assemble it on orbit. It lets us remove gravity from all of our science experiments. You've all seen video of balls of water floating around and morphing it, and we can do that with other materials and see what properties we aren't able to see when gravity just squashes everything flat. That knowledge helps us make life better on the ground. I've had the privilege of spending more than 200 days on the International Space Station. And what is crystal clear to me is how important the international is in the International Space Station. Together we accomplish more than we could by ourselves. Together we tackle all the problems that dynamic nature of space throws at us. The more we explore, the more we try to overcome all those challenges of living in weightlessness, in a high radiation environment, and how to counteract those things, the more we learn about how the human body works. But a long duration mission is something really to cherish because it's a unique opportunity to let your body fully adapt. And then at some point you reach this kind of steady state where you are working and living in space, and that's your normal. Spaceflight is hard. It's dynamic, it's unpredictable, but that's no different than the way it's always been. And just being able to watch the agency navigate those decisions over the last several months and balance the risk and the safety of the crew has been phenomenal. And what is crystal clear in that entire process is the commitment to making sure that when we launch crews, we're going to bring them home safe. I'm excited to get back to the space station. I'm excited to be part of Expedition 72 so we can get to work. Because that's what this is all about. It's about exploration, exploring the human body, exploring Earth, exploring the universe. It's about discovery. It's about learning. It's about how do we imagine the impossible and make it possible.
And welcome back here to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Just a quick programming note. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you refresh your browser because that will allow you to chat with us. Not us specifically, but with our producers and our support folks who will answer your questions. But then also, if you use the hashtag AskNASA, we'll get the questions to our astronaut, Zena Cardman, so she can answer them. And she's been doing a great job of answering all the questions leading up to this point.
Thanks, Daryl. It's been a blast to be with you. It's been a several hours-long process, actually, just part of an even longer process to get astronauts to the International Space Station.
And we're just a little more than an hour away from liftoff now as we look forward to a launch from Space Launch Complex 40 here at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We have been monitoring the weather. One of the factors in today's launch, we have a good spacecraft, we have a good rocket,
Dragon
and we have a good
you
pad.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. Please report when you are go for launch.
And Freedom copies. We're go for section 5 and 4.100.
So, Section 5 entails moving.
Tranquility Base here.
And there you heard
Remember when I said Bo Ooster sinning Nishishin?
Core, the crew operations and resource engineer. This is communication we're going to be hearing throughout this point leading up to liftoff.
That's right. Core, that voice from Mission Control in Hawthorne, is the one voice who is communicating directly with the crew today. You'll hear a few
crew operations responsibility engineer
to a minimum, but our core, whose name is Shiva, just told the crew that we are continuing to progress towards launch. The next big milestone coming up will be the go-no-go decision to start loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 rocket.
And that's a big decision, Zena, because as you know, that is going to take the weather into account.
Right,
and
SpaceX Freedom, section 5, 5.4, we're go for launch.
Okay. Section 5 entails moving the crew access arm out of the way. You'll see this thing retract soon.
From Commander Nick Hague.
They are ready to go.
That's his day job.
Is the weather ready to go? We'll find that out in just a bit. They're going to make that decision, as you mentioned, about the weather before they start fueling the rocket, because once they do that, that locks it in at T-minus 35 minutes, and
inside of an hour.
We're tanking the rocket at that point. And
there's going to be a lot of steps here. From Section 5, which is basically preparedness for getting ready to go to launch, to Section 6, where they arm the launch escape system, and then Section 7 is beginning fueling operations. There's going to be a lot of events happening real quick here. Over the next 30 minutes. And then obviously there's going to be one in about 59 minutes. That's going to be really, really fast. But yeah, stuff is going to start to pick up now. But weather permitting.
Way upwards towards the northeast, directing over top of us.
The last weather report was at T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes. It was about 13 minutes ago. And it basically had the weather sitting at about 45% chance of go. Not ideal, but another weather report will be coming in here in a second. That's why I want to talk quick, because I want to
into space. That's what we're hoping for. We got our fingers crossed.
Yes, we sure do.
Looks all right, man.
Weather
Doesn't
or
look
not,
weird to me,
the crew themselves are ready. You see what I did there?
I did.
Don't do that again.
Yes, and so you can see there that is the condensing of the warm Florida air from the ground side of the liquid oxygen. We haven't started loaded yet, but certainly getting the tanks ready to start loading that up. In the meantime, let's head back out to California and join SpaceX.
Thank you so much, Daryl. All types of human spaceflight missions are taking flight this year, including our recent Polaris Dawn mission. Polaris Dawn was the first of up to 3 missions in the Polaris program, which will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. After nearly 5 days in orbit, Dragon and the 4-person Polaris Dawn crew safely splashed down on September 15th off the coast of Dry Tortugas, Florida, completing the first spaceflight mission of the Polaris Dawn program. The Polaris Dawn crew, that you can see there on your screen, performed some firsts during their mission. Dragon and the crew reached over 1,400 kilometers altitude, the highest Earth orbit flown since the Apollo program, making Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis the current record holders for traveling farther from Earth than any other woman to date. The crew also participated in the first ever commercial EVA, or extravehicular activity, wearing SpaceX's newly developed EVA suits. They also conducted about 36 research studies and experiments from 31 partner institutions, including NASA. And in addition to all of that, they also tested Starlink laser-based communications in space.
That's right. As Atticus mentioned, NASA's Human Research Program flew 3 investigations on Polaris Dawn. The first study tested a compact, commercially available device that can collect astronauts' blood pressure, body temperature, ultrasounds, and other health information to see how easily it can gather data in space. The investigation will also assess whether the technology can help provide robust telemedicine in space. Another investigation sought to better understand the space-related motion sickness that's experienced by many astronauts through surveys and other health data. And the third study evaluated whether crews experience any injuries or discomfort from re-entry back to Earth, helping us at NASA design re-entry protocols that best protect crews. Additional human research was conducted on the Polaris Dawn crew members through the NASA-funded Translational Research Institute for Space Health,
I know, I see you guys saying, what the hair? If you had long hair like that, you would absolutely do that if you were on orbit, all right? Don't lie. If I could grow hair like that, I can't. There's nothing up there no more. Sorry. We got the Dust Bowl happening up there. But if I could, oh yeah, I'd do that. That'd be rad.
Planetary. Lessons learned also help guide development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which will be a key element in putting humans back on the moon and eventually on Mars. Before we head into our next interview, let's learn a bit more about what's happening with Starship down at SpaceX headquarters in Starbase, Texas.
You really, Kalani?
The first flight of Starship was in April of 2023, and the vehicle for the 5th flight is currently stacked and ready to fly. We made major strides with Flight 4 earlier this summer with a successful landing burn and a soft splashdown of our Super Heavy booster. We also saw a Starship survive re-entry for the first time, with views live streamed from the vehicle via Starlink from space all the way through splashdown. We've got more flights planned that will start demonstrating some of the key technologies that will help make Starship fully and rapidly reusable.
That's not good.
Now, the one I'm super excited about is catching that Super Heavy booster, which we'll be attempting on our next flight. If you've seen Starbase recently, you probably noticed that our teams have completed stacking the 2nd launch tower at Starbase, which will be coming online early next year. Having 2 operational launch towers, paired with ships and boosters rolling off the line in our new Star Factory, will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test more rapidly. Our teams at Starbase have been hard at work on the continued Star Factory expansion. This 1 million square foot facility brings Starship and Super Heavy manufacturing closer together for more optimized production. And that will set the stage for us to rapidly produce hundreds of ships each year. And that's what it's going to take to build a self-sustaining city on Mars. Production lines are spinning up in Star Factory with multiple next-generation Starships currently in build as we get ready to ramp up our launch rate.
Let's go.
We did recently static fire the Starship for Flight 6, producing some incredible video of its 6 Raptor engines in action. And we do have boosters already built for the next several flights.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing us catch the booster on the tower. That'll be a huge milestone. So I think we're all looking forward to that. Now, because Starship will serve as the lunar lander on Artemis 3, which is currently scheduled for the second half of 2026, it'll be the first to send humans to the lunar surface since Apollo. So we can expect to see SpaceX ramping up testing this year and next. The NASA and SpaceX teams have been working through a ton of additional hardware milestones outside of the flight tests, including the recent testing conducted with Starship's airlock and the Axiom spacesuits NASA astronauts will be wearing on future moonwalks.
One of the next major milestones in testing will be the first ever ship-to-ship propellant transfer, where 2 Starships will rendezvous in space and transfer propellant from one to the other. Putting humans back on the moon is a major milestone. Our mission at SpaceX is to enable this type of exploration, and we can't wait to see this feature unfold. For more on what else is happening in the world of exploration, we'll hand it back over to Daryl and the crew in Florida.
He said moron.
Thank you very much, Atticus. T-minus 52 minutes and counting.
Sound guy.
Liftoff. T-minus 52 minutes and counting until liftoff. As we've mentioned, today will be the first time we launch astronauts from Pad 40. For more on what was done to make that happen, we now have NASA's Megan Cruz live from a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. And I'd also like to introduce Alec Jacobs. You see him right there next to me on the screen. He's the launch site integration lead with the Commercial Crew program. And we wanted Alec on today because, Alec, you were part of certifying Slick 40 for this inaugural crewed launch. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I've had the pleasure of being on the team that's been working on Slick 40 for the past 2 years to get it ready to launch Crew. 2 years ago is when NASA and SpaceX made the decision that we wanted to be able to have Slick 40 as a backup launch pad for crewed missions. So since then, the teams have been hard at work implementing all the crew systems. We've implemented the crew tower, crew access arm, the emergency egress systems, and all the Dragon systems needed to fuel and get ready the Dragon spacecraft for launching crewed from this pad. So it's been a great work over the last 2 years, and things have really come together in the last 6 weeks as we've focused our effort on Slick 40.
Yeah, and you guys had to pivot to Slick 40, right? Because Crew 9 was supposed to launch on 39A, but as we know, it's really busy here on the Space Coast.
Yes, it is really busy on the Space Coast, like you said. So a lot of launches going on from both 39A and 40 across the Space Coast. One of the ones we were looking at closely was NASA's Europa Clipper, which is actually planned to go off of 39A in October timeframe. So because of that and because of the move to the Crew 9 launch date, we were able to move to Slick 40 because of the crew capability we've been working on for the last 2 years. So really glad we put all that effort into that backup capability at Slick 40. And now it's all coming together today as we hope to launch here in just a little bit.
Yeah, so it sounds like agility, flexibility, that was really key to getting us to launch day today. Can you walk us through some of the other changes that maybe the program had to navigate? I mean, including, obviously, launching 2 members instead of 4.
Yeah, so a lot's happened in the last 6 weeks, and like you said, Megan, launching 2 crew members versus 4. Our teams have had to adjust to that, make sure we have the right training protocols and plans in place for the 2 versus 4 contingent. We're also able to let our first stage booster fly on its first mission out of Slick 40, get a flight on that booster, and now we're using it for the second time. And like you said, we're moving from 39A to Slick 40 for this launch, so a lot of flexibility among our teams and a lot of capability within our program and within NASA for our crew launch capability. So it's really great to see that we're able to accommodate all of these changes kind of at the last minute and still be able to get to launch today.
Yeah, really talented people that we work with here. So thank you so much, Alec. We're now just minutes away from polling the launch team to see if we're going to load propellant into the Falcon 9. So let's introduce you now to Ronnie Foreman live at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Thanks, Megan. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior commercial sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm excited to be joining you all. We are coming up on just under 50 minutes to launch.
Dragon SpaceX for a weather update.
Oh, here we go.
Call out there from our core about a weather update.
Freedom's with you.
Freedom is with you too.
Dragon, have good news that the most of the concerning weather that we saw from earlier has either cleared the pad or is trending to clear. We are still watching some precipitation, and we are expecting our next cross-check at around the T-minus 45-minute mark. We'll let you know, along with the go-no-go for a prop load, what that weather looks like. How copy?
Freedom copies. Outstanding news. Thank you.
Good news from our core there from Mission Control. We are coming up on just about 49 minutes to launch, and obviously our teams are carefully moving through the pre-flight process. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire on Tuesday. A dry dress rehearsal is a practice run before launch, where all of the steps are conducted except for the loading of propellants, which is why we call it dry. The integrated spacecraft and rocket are rolled out to the pad and raised vertically, and the crew and all of the support teams go through their steps exactly as they would on launch day to make sure that they're ready when we do go for launch. However, during a static fire test, which we also did earlier this week, the crew is not present. Propellants are loaded and the engines on the booster are fired for just a few seconds while the rocket is held down to the launch mount. The data from the static fire test is then reviewed and incorporated into NASA and SpaceX's decision to proceed with launch. All of that hard work brings us to today, and next up in our countdown, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load, as you heard earlier, and for launch. The Dragon team, as well as key NASA launch members, are currently at the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, or MD for short, and NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward. Right now, of course, our two-person crew is on board Dragon waiting to get that green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Once our LD gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of the access arm moving away from the spacecraft.
Izzy, do they not get uncomfortable sitting there for a long time? No, the spacesuit is form-fitted. It's a tailored suit for each astronaut, and then the seat back is also tailored. You got to make it as comfortable as possible. I mean, you want to ride in style, right? And you want to make it nice and comfortable, but no, that's good. But the real reason is it's a little bit of a rough ride up into space. That rocket, in order to get that Dragon capsule up there, Falcon 9 needs to push them up to 17,500 miles an hour, or about 28,000 kilometers an hour, somewhere in there. It's really tough on the body. You really want to be comfortable, because if you're in a seat that's not, you're going to have some nasty back problems by the time you get up there. It's a little bit of a hard ride. Sustained up to 4 Gs at certain points during ascent, because like the rocket engine is outputting a constant amount of thrust, except, when they throttle it for certain reasons, right? But for the most part, you're outputting a constant amount of thrust, right? And the fuel is draining on the rocket, so the rocket is getting it's getting lower mass. The mass is lowering very quickly, so your rate of acceleration goes up a lot higher as the fuel drains, and it really knocks you back into your seat. But it doesn't just knock you back into your seat, it keeps you there for a long time. We're talking about an 8-minute ride, an 8-minute uphill ride is what they call it here. So an 8-minute ascent. And don't get me wrong, you're not just being pushed back all the time. The rocket stages and it pushes you forward, and then the second stage engine ignites, pushes you back. You want to try to be as comfortable as possible, because it gets a little shaky, a little dicey on the way up, but that's expected. So, but yeah, you really want to make sure your tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position, and you're nice and seated comfortably with your seatbelt on. The fasten seatbelt side is indeed on. They have 5-point seatbelts, though. It's not just a little,
Which you've got a great view of on your screen there, to monitor Dragon, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 9's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return home early next year. On console and mission control, there are...
What if you have to scratch your nose? The suits haven't really pressurized yet for launch Apachex. They could open up the mask right now and do what you got to do. Yeah, good question. I mean, the suits aren't pressurized right now. They haven't gone into fueling operations, which was what we should be hearing here momentarily.
Launch control copies. Arming now.
Good news that we're about to get that view of the crew arm moving away from Dragon.
The arm's going to swing back in preparation for fueling.
And we are moving ever closer to launch with just under 45 minutes to go.
So what's going to happen is they're going to move the crew access arm out of the way. Why are they going to do that? Essentially, the plain English way of saying it is, after you move the crew access arm out of the way, you're going to arm the ejector seat. Now, this thing doesn't have seats that shoot out the side of the capsule. The ejector seat on a spacecraft is jettisoning the entire spacecraft. There's, behind these little nacelles right there goes the arm, there's launch escape engines. There's clusters of them. There's 4 nacelles on Dragon, and if something does go wrong, they'll shoot it away. That's their ejector seat. They're going to arm that first. That's part of Section 6 here of SpaceX's launch operations. The reason why you want to arm the launch escape system is because after the crew access arm retracts and the LES is armed, you're going to go into fueling operations. Now, here's the thing. When you're fueling a rocket, you're changing a lot of things all at once. The rocket goes through what's called transients. Falcon 9 is a semi-cryogenic vehicle, so you have extremely cold liquid oxygen and, well, essentially diesel fuel. It's more like jet fuel, but it's called RP1, right? So they're going to load the fuel, right? When you do that, you're freezing stuff really, really quickly. You're adding a lot of mass to the spacecraft, what's called wet mass to the spacecraft. Wet mass is the nice way of saying fuel and oxidizer, anything that's a liquid. You're adding wet mass commodities to the vehicle. You're changing a lot of things all at once because they got to fill it up quickly. SpaceX basically freezes their liquid oxygen as close as you can get liquid oxygen to a solid without getting it to a solid. It's like a slush, almost. It's called densified propellants. They do that to get more performance out of the booster, and in doing that, you got to fuel it very, very quickly. Because you're changing a lot of things on the rocket, coupled with those densified propellants, you want to arm that launch escape system and make sure that if something does go wrong when you're changing a lot of things during the rocket, when you're going through transients, that the astronauts can get the frick away from it if something goes wrong.
SpaceX copies.
Duff, it's going to the ISS, yep.
All of these milestones moving towards the big one, which is tanking Falcon 9 with propellants, which would kick off at T-minus 35 minutes. A update on the weather from Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik, who informs me that the probability of violation has now gone to 30%, reflecting a 70% go.
Okay, there we go. Launch escape.
The launch escape system is now verified armed, which means that the astronauts would, in the case of an emergency, exit off the top of the rocket through the launch escape system.
The ejector seat.
Improving.
I can do that, MX.
Storm cells pass over the launch pad earlier, dumping a fair amount of rain on the area. But as you can see now, the sun, somewhat diffused through clouds, is shining brightly on Crew Dragon Freedom on top of a Falcon 9 rocket. And there's a lovely shot as well. We're getting some sunlight poking through the clouds. There is a storm system, another group of clouds and storms that's tracking on its way here. But according to Brian Cizik, it is not going to arrive before T0. And that's a great update and a great improvement in the weather scenario.
That's exactly right.
That's
Things
correct,
are
Chief.
trending in a positive direction. I'm feeling
What's going to
optimistic.
happen if the launch escape system
course,
goes
we
is
want
from
to make
here
sure we have
up
a
will
good weather
pop
window
off the
before
top.
we
The best
give
way to,
the final go to launch,
like they've
but
flown
things are looking positive today.
They've flown these things with the spacecraft in the past with like actual ejector seats during the Gemini program, but they figured out that the better way to do it is just to get the capsule away and then just have the capsule deploy its parachutes like it normally would, right?
If there was a pad aboard,
that's a lot easier.
Dragon would
just get the entire capsule away.
Lift off,
you know,
either automatically or.
But yeah, the reason why they do it is because you gotta be careful during those transients.
You understand this as you're in training as a commander.
You gotta be careful. You're changing a lot of things on the rocket all at once. It's a pretty dangerous part of fueling it. Well, it's only dangerous if you let it be dangerous, right? Like, but as long as everything goes to plan, you should be okay.
Dragon and Falcon are very smart vehicles with excellent automation built in, and so that is the most likely
would rain on a
scenario that
cold
would
rocket cause an issue with freezing? Well, yeah, I mean it's going to freeze the humidity out of the atmosphere anyway, Sebi. So no greater risk than normal.
And
if it's not raining,
ground operators can also trigger it remotely.
The launch escape system is powered by Super Draco engines capable of moving Dragon a half a mile in only 7.5 seconds.
How many Crew Dragons are in rotation, and what are their names?
Which is equivalent to a peak velocity of 436
So there's Dragon Resilience, Dragon Freedom, Dragon Endurance, and Dragon Endeavor. There's 4 of them right now. SpaceX has another one that's unnamed that will launch on the next mission.
In the case of a launch escape to experience some really high G loads, those loads are going through the chest as opposed to vertically through your head, and so you would wind up feeling like someone extremely,
How does the Cape deal with hurricanes?
Heavy,
for instance, the one that just went through.
Everything
is basically hurricane hardened.
This is something that we train for in centrifuges
Are you into
on
F1?
The ground.
Or is it Ferrari?
And so, of course, you would be prepared if
it's
that
been
needed to
20
happen,
years of pain.
We are very grateful that these systems are there and available.
Did you ever chat with Nick about his
20 years of Spain
emergency
minus
abort, what
the
that felt like?
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, this is something that
Very
Nick has
curious.
shared with
Right?
a lot of people. It's something that we
Miss
are all
Max
curious
Schumacher.
about. It's a really unique thing. Not many people
Formula.
have experienced a abort like that. He said it was something that is. It happens before you really have a chance to think about it. The Soyuz, like Dragon, has a lot of automation built in, and so for his abort, the automated systems kicked in. But he said also your training really kicks in, and that's something that they train for in Soyuz as well. And so he felt well prepared to respond to that. All of the teams were in place, and he was collected safely after landing, brought back, and had the chance to launch again, actually not too much later. So this will be Nick Hague's second mission to the space station, but his third launch.
His third launch, indeed. As we watch now inside, looking at the Dragon Freedom, Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbonov in their seats, configured for launch, ready to go. Another interesting note about this flight, we were talking about the launch escape system, is this new capability that SpaceX has for emergency propulsive splashdown. It's the same system that we're talking about.
What are they, CT minus? Time. Time to launch, Newmark.
It's amazing that this is there just in case there's a complete failure of the parachutes, where those Super Dracos would also fire, right?
That's right. Yeah, this is a really interesting capability. And of course, we have multiple parachutes on board the Dragon. And so this would be a backup to the backup in a
Tanks
really
are venting for the start of propellant load.
Here we go.
deep contingency case. But it's an amazing capability.
Fueling
The software has been built in. The plumbing has all been there from the start. But now we're actually flying with that software enabled. And, of course, we could unenable it if something changed in the configuration of that Dragon capsule.
Just another good backup to have as we encircle the launch complex there, Space Launch Complex 40. A historic first today, launching astronauts from this launch pad for the first time ever.
Yes, Hokie. They have a mass simulator on board.
T-minus 36 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. Just a little over a minute away from propellant load. A big milestone on our way to launching today.
Are they really going to launch in the weather? Weather per the last
T0
update,
is
Jens,
1:17 and 21 seconds.
The weather from the last weather report was 70% probability of go, with cumulus cloud, flight through precipitation, and surface electric as concerns, but 70% go is trending in the right direction. It was 45% before that.
To catch up to the International Space Station. It's the most efficient time of this day to launch there.
They probably put more stuff on it, Hokie, but I'm not sure.
Using the least amount of propellant that you would have to otherwise. And propellant is needed for a lot of things. Get the astronauts up, and of course we're bringing this booster back as well.
Absolutely. Although we would like to think we are in charge, it's actually physics is the boss today.
Absolutely.
Physics is always the boss.
Let's listen in now as they
Okay.
start up propellant load.
Start till prop load. Fueling. You should start to see some frost accumulate here on the rocket. Right
Propellant load has started.
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
There we go. This is a big milestone today.
Echo.
You can see that crew access arm is retracted from the Dragon. That is because we now have the launch escape system armed.
What are the 4 towers surrounding the pad? Malone, those are lightning towers.
Very dynamic operation.
You don't want lightning hitting that. The problem is the rocket just happens to be lightning rod shaped, and it's also made out of metal. So the lightning towers are there to make sure the rocket doesn't get hit. You don't need your metal rod that's full of explosive fuel and oxidizer getting hit by lightning. Right? We don't want that. So they're lightning rods. There's a lot of lightning down in Florida. It's the lightning capital of the world. So yeah, you really want to make sure you don't get hit with that.
Nick Hague, the commander.
The booster is doing a return to launch site. Yep.
To continue the propellant load.
So here's the thing, guys. SpaceX had a spare suit up there already that Sunny had Sunny fit into. The suit that they brought up, the suit that they're bringing up for Butch that's on the capsule is, they only have one suit. One suit is already up there for Sunny. The suit that they're bringing up there for Butch was taken off of his measurements that they took for the extravehicular mobility unit for doing EVAs up in space. So they have his measurements, and they made a suit for him. And yes, it was pretty dang fast, which is super cool. And no Apollo 12 needed either. The surface electric field rule is because of that pucker moment, Jack. I talked about that a little bit earlier on stream. Yeah, definitely don't want to make the lightning rod shaped thing a lightning rod. You know what I mean?
In science, we have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation, and that helps not only us go on.
So do we actually know what happens to when lightning hits a rocket? No, Marion, and that's why you don't take the chance. I mean, it'll probably be fine, right? It's probably not a big deal, but also you don't want to risk that when there's people on board. You don't want to risk finding out if it's a big deal. Right? Which is why, like, once again, this is what we talked about a little bit earlier. It's Florida. It's Florida. The weather's going to change. Wait 5 minutes. So just wait till it's sunny. Yeah, at the very worst case scenario, it's just going to be you just launch tomorrow, right? It's not that hard to just get out of the spacecraft and then get back in tomorrow, right? But it's the fact that you don't know. It's what's called an unknown unknown. You don't know what's going to happen when lightning hits that thing because you don't know where lightning is going to hit on it, right? The only thing that carries 1.21 gigawatts is a bolt of lightning, but unfortunately you never know when or where it's going to strike. You don't know where the lightning's going to hit it. How can you test for that? You're never going to know. The best solution there is, because that is a very big question mark, is to just launch when it's sunny. Launch when there is not lightning. Right? Just wait a second. It'll go away.
That allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all.
They were just incorporated into the ISS crew, Junkie. They were never stranded. They could have come home at any time.
Axiom 3 on board
but
the International
they're
Space Station.
joining this crew up there for a long-duration mission. NASA just rotated them into their regular mission rotation.
We are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing Hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Huntsville on 2. We have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe.
Have we had any known physical injuries while in space? Hokey, probably, but we'll never know. That's something between the private medical doctors that are on board, like the flight surgeons, and the astronauts. They wouldn't go around reporting that. It wouldn't be public information.
And there you heard the call out that we're now cryo-loading liquid oxygen into the Falcon 9 rocket. Another great milestone passed. T-minus 29 minutes and counting. And here's now more about the crew that's going into space today. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013.
That's right, Hub.
This will be his second space flight to the International Space Station in 2018.
Sandy, you bet those peppers were out of this world?
Malfunction after launch.
And
they were forced to abort, but landed safely 5 months later. 5 months later, I should say. Hague launched on another Soyuz and served as flight engineer for Expeditions 59 and 60. He spent a total of 203 days in space and performed 3 spacewalks. The Kansas native is a test pilot and a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to the U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons. This is mission specialist Alexander Gorbonov's first flight to space ever.
Thanks, Sandy.
He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft in upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Gorbonov graduated from the military department with a specialty in operation and repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and help support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Alexander and Nick are an excellent pair. They've trained together for a long time alongside Stephanie Wilson and myself.
Highly trained and ready to go. T-minus 27 minutes and counting until liftoff. Let's head back out to NASA's Megan Cruz, who's joined now by NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy.
I am, and it's so great to have them here at Florida always. You know, Administrator, the weather seems to be improving, so we're hopefully poised to send another 2 astronauts to the International Space Station, where, of course, you know, we've had American astronauts there continuously for over 20 years. Talk to us about how international partnerships really help with American ingenuity in space.
Well, first of all, it shows that we are looking beyond our borders because we need our friends out there in other countries. And they have contributed greatly to this program. So, for example, on the big rocket that's going to go to the moon, it has the European support module from the European Space Agency. On our space station, there were originally about 15 international partners, and the number of countries that have used the space station is upwards of plus 40. So it is very much an international space program, and that's why it's called the International Space Station.
And actually, I'm going to ask you one more question since we're talking about how the International Space Station is really a test bed for us as we return back to the moon, go farther to Mars. Let's talk about the Artemis 2 mission. Are there any updates for that as we look forward to sending 4 astronauts to orbit the moon?
Well, we are looking forward to the next flight, Artemis 2. The crew has been named. Reed Wiseman is the commander. They're going to do everything in preparation for the 3rd Artemis, which will be the one that will go into lunar orbit, hook up with a SpaceX lander, and we will have then the first woman and the next man will walk on the moon.
Yeah, something exciting to look forward to. Now, Deputy Administrator, let's go back and talk about Crew 9 now. So, you know, we're launching with 2 empty seats. That's so NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams can return with Nick and Alexander early next year. What have Butch and Sunny been able to accomplish on the ISS since they got there in June?
Well, the good news is having 2 extra sets of hands means more than 80 hours a week of extra work that can go into critical science, but also maintaining the station. So they have really contributed. Crew time is really precious on orbit. It feels like there's never enough. Yeah. But I would like to highlight a couple of experiments that they have been working on that I think are exciting, both because of how they impact future spaceflight, but also people here on Earth. So the a water management experiment, which is testing different techniques for transporting water to plants. Now, in space, in microgravity, water doesn't flow the same way without gravity to take care of it. But what's interesting is not only will that help us when we go to the moon and we go on to Mars, the ability to grow our own plants, but it also affects hydroponic systems here on Earth. The other experiment that I think is really significant is looking at taking some tissue cultures of the bone marrow that creates platelets, right? Very important in our blood system. And they're going to grow them in cultures. And part of that is to look at blood clotting and how those cells develop and how it might work in space.
Right.
But it also is going to help us understand blood clots better here in gravity by being able to compare the two.
I know.
So they're doing very significant science.
Yeah, it's always so great to have veteran astronauts there as well. All right, so let's head back over now to our commentators in Hawthorne, California. Thank you both.
Thank you, Megan. As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew 9 to the International Space Station today. Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket developed and manufactured by SpaceX, known for its safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to space. It's also the first and currently the only orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Sitting at the top of Falcon 9, Dragon and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect to the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo.
Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There's currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station, and those are Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom.
So cool.
Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond.
Crew 9 is SpaceX's 15th human spaceflight mission since 2020, when Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. Dragon has completed over 47 launches and flown 54 astronauts representing 14 countries. Throughout all of those missions, Dragon has helped support more than 1,000 experiments. Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft have completed 8 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the station 42 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs.
And through all of that, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter, as it is for today's flight. When not going to the space station and in free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola. Then, of course, you have our newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support extravehicular activities, which the crew just used for the first time during Polaris Dawn. Continuing down the vehicle, we have the second stage. The second stage is powered by a single Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine, and this engine is optimized to perform in the vacuum of space. After stage separation, the MVAC will ignite and carry Dragon to its target orbit. The Falcon 9's first and second stages are connected by the black interstage, which houses the MVAC engine and the systems that decouple the 2 stages during stage separation. Below that, of course, is the first stage, which is powered by 9 Merlin engines. These 9 Merlin engines provide the initial thrust to lift Falcon 9 off the pad and clearing the tower through the lower, thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Each of these 9 Merlin 1D engines delivers about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, and that gives Falcon 9 a combined 1.7 million pounds of thrust.
After stage separation, Stage 1 will return to Earth for recovery and reuse on a future mission using a combination of the Merlin sea-level engines and the 4 titanium grid fins located near the top of the booster, which will guide it during its reentry and landing. The Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs that deploy just before landing to allow for a vertical touchdown on either a drone ship or a landing pad. And today, we'll be attempting to land this booster at Landing Zone 1 back at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Okay. RP1 is fully fueled on the second stage. T-minus 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
The second stage will power Dragon into its initial low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station using its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing the guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just under 20 minutes, our teams at the Cape are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for flight. So for now, let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update.
Thanks, Atticus. We are still looking good for an on-time launch just under 20 minutes from now. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. As we continue to listen and watch the countdown, our teams are prepping the vehicle for flight. Propellant loading of both RP1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out that the launch escape system is now armed. The launch escape system is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the event of an emergency during launch. The range, which is monitoring the keep-out zones, among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch. As you heard earlier, weather is also looking good, and we are still tracking roughly a 30% chance of violation at our target liftoff time. But we are optimistic that we're going to have good conditions at that T0. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window driven by our planned rendezvous point, the point at which Dragon and station will meet in orbit.
So what they're doing here is there's an oxidizer line that goes up into the second stage for the second stage oxidizer tank. You got to take the oxygen with you to make combustion. There's no oxygen up there. It's easier to take it as a liquid. So we got an oxidizer line and a fuel line for the second stage. At T-minus 20 minutes, what they do is they start chilling down this line, hence that big vape cloud that's coming out at the side of the transporter erector here. The lines need to be chilled down, because if you flow oxygen, which is really, really cold, through a really, really hot pipe, it's going to turn to gaseous oxygen, and you can pneumatically pressurize the pipe and turn it into a geyser. You don't want to do that. You need to get the oxidizer into the rocket, not out the side. So what they do is they're in what's called a slow fill, where they start filling liquid oxygen up the line, and at the top there's a vent that gets all the air out. Once the line is fully bled and ready to go, they'll initiate second stage fueling operations. You'll hear the call for that.
And will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Freedom on Sunday when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, the invisible boundary that helps us monitor arriving and departing spacecraft. Once docked, Dragon Freedom's crew will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch before floating into the station to begin their 5-month stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after docking. When they enter the orbital outpost, Crew 9 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 72 crew and will come together for opening remarks. The anticipation for launch continues here in Mission Control. How's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
I seem knowledgeable. Have I worked with NASA?
Well, we're looking pretty
308.
Good,
I have not. I've worked with NASA, like doing panels at TwitchCon and stuff, like doing PR, like independent public relations for them in the past. How I know about spaceflight is basically I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing STEM outreach here on Twitch for the better part of a decade, actually more than a decade now, playing STEM games and teaching people about how spacecraft works. You know, you do that for a long enough time, it turns out a stream about aerospace engineering, and STEM attracts aerospace engineers. And I've had a bunch of very good mentors in chat help me learn this stuff and help me really get a good grasp on what's going on, so I can be a better STEM educator and help explain it better. Like, I'm not an engineer by trade. I've worked with NASA. I've never worked for NASA, but I'm pretty good at explaining what's going on here. Pretty good at it.
Guest here on set now, NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson is here, joined us alongside Zena Cardman, both of you NASA astronauts. It is so good to have you both here. You both trained for Crew 9. This is where you probably expected to be on this day. But you have accepted this role of supporting your friends for launch. And as they get ready to launch with 15 minutes left to go, Stephanie, question for you. What is the mindset of the crew that you trained with? You've flown into space 3 times on the space shuttle. What's the mindset of the crew right now?
Well, thank you, Daryl, and thank you, Zena, for having me join you today. And yes, both Zena and I have trained for a year and a half with Nick and Alex. They have trained hard. They are well prepared. In this moment where they are strapped inside the vehicle with just the two of them, they are reviewing procedures. They have trained for this moment. They are ready to execute the mission. They are, of course, looking forward to the work that's ahead of them on the International Space Station. Perhaps a little bit sad to be leaving family and friends, but they'll be talking to them soon once they have docked to the International Space Station. But it's a moment to review all of the hard work that has gone into this moment and the preparation, and to be ready to execute the mission, which they will do very well.
Speaking of hard work, you both trained for Crew 9 for a year and a half. And so from a human level, we know you are professional astronauts. Your seats were needed for Butch and Sunny to bring them back. What was it like for you personally when you learned that you wouldn't be flying today, but you would be flying some other time, but not today?
Yeah, gosh, Daryl, I think I felt a lot of emotion when I saw Stephanie walking through the door there. It's bittersweet, but it's a really beautiful thing. I think any launch is a testament to the power of collaboration, and this launch maybe even more so than usual. I think from my perspective, it's a privilege and a choice to take part in something that's larger than yourself, and that's a choice that I make today and the next day and the next day. So in this moment, it's feeling exciting, it's feeling bittersweet, but for the most part, I'm feeling a lot of joy and pride in our space program, and so excited for our crew members, especially Alexander. This is his first launch to space. Nick, this will be his second mission to the International Space Station. It's going to be a beautiful day, and I think
for you, Steph?
Yes, very, very similar. I think that we all train together. Adaptability and flexibility is key as we look across our corps. You know, we all train for various roles, and we select people that can serve in various roles and can be seamlessly thrown into different roles. And excited for them. We're always excited for our colleagues to have an opportunity to launch into space. Of course, we wish we could be with them. We have trained with them for this time. We, of course, want to be together. We have built friendship and camaraderie and learned for the roles for the Crew Dragon and for the International Space Station. But I'm very excited for them, looking forward to hearing their stories from space and for seeing them launch.
And that launch just 12 minutes away, a little over 12 and a half minutes away, the Falcon 9 rocket. Well, this is a booster that can be reused.
So if you're wondering why they're not in those two seats right there, Nick and Alexander are launching by themselves because they're going to come down with two crew that were up there from two crew, Barry Williams and Sonny Williams and Barry Wilmore, that were up there from the CFT-1 mission. The crew flight test 1 mission for the Starliner capsule, they did find some problems with the thrusters, and they did. NASA basically said have them just join the ISS crew for now and fit into another mission rotation and bring the Starliner capsule back down in one piece with nobody on board to basically doing what's called retiring risk. You know, you're not 100% sure if those thrusters are going to work right. And if you can't be sure, there's no point in trying to be sure. You don't guess. Like, that's not a good idea. Don't do that. You only really guess if something has really gone wrong, like Apollo 13, for instance, right? So the right call, and guys, once again, I stand by it. That's range safety, guys, if you're wondering who's in the trucks. The right call was to have them come down on Dragon and join the ISS crew. That is the safest thing to do. Not even the safest. That's just the right move. Yeah, sometimes in spaceflight you have to call an audible. It happens. But I'm happy that they encountered these problems on a test flight with Starliner, because if there was 4 people on Starliner, this capsule would be launching with no one in it. Right? So, you know, remember, the point of a test flight is to find all these problems. I mean, ideally, you don't want any problems during a final exam test flight like that, but sometimes it does happen. There's no guarantees in this business, guys. No guarantees. I like to describe spaceflight to people like playing Tetris. You know, you never really win. You just get better at it over time. And if you don't keep playing, you're going to get worse at it over time. You know what I mean? We are about 10 minutes out from launch here.
Entire team around the world for your hard work and dedication to get us to this point. Alex and I are ready and honored to represent you and everyone back on Earth. A huge thanks to our families and friends for your unwavering support, and to Crew 9, unbreakable. We go together.
That's that gentleman talking to the commander of the mission, Colonel Nick Hague.
SpaceX copies. You've proven you're ready, Dragon, and we're looking forward to seeing a full capsule at splashdown.
Really exciting commentary there from...
All right, guys, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to run ads right now. I don't like ads. I think they're intrusive and annoying and help it make my job harder, having, like, you know, if somebody sees ads when I'm trying to explain something to them. However, if we run ads right now, we won't get pre-roll ads during the launch. So if somebody's coming in and sees a thumbnail of the rocket launching, they click on it and they can come right into the stream. Also, that makes it so the people that don't have a subscription, you won't get ads during the freaking launch. So I'm going to run them now. I don't like running ads. Sorry, it's very distracting. I can't stand them. I don't care if it makes me money. I can't stand them. I hate them. But it's the right thing to do right now so you can get an uninterrupted ascent. So I'll see you on the other side, Ray.
We're looking at about a 9-minute ride to orbit today, and that's the point that the second stage will cut off. After that, Dragon and the second stage will continue to coast for another few minutes, and then they will separate. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into this final countdown, and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones. And there are also some other calls you'll hear the crew make after liftoff. The crew will report out on a few number and letter combinations, and these mark different abort zones through the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two are 1A and 1B, and these are available when the first stage is firing. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, but we will only hear the call for 2A. Diverting a little bit from the other naming system, you will also hear the call Shannon, and that refers to Shannon, Ireland. That means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort later in the second stage burn. Again, you'll hear these calls throughout the flight uphill, along with the key performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officer, as well as the propulsion lead.
One of the next callouts we're listening for in our countdown is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started, which is one of the key processes that prepares the engines on board our first stage for flight. Right now, propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling those engines for the start sequence.
This is space. I'm in space.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Okay. Thermal conditioning.
Confirmation there that engine chill has started. Now we do this.
So yeah, what they're doing there with the first stage engines is they're priming them basically, but also because the propellants are so cold, you want to make sure the engine is at good operating temperature, particularly the pumps.
This is space. I'm in space.
The fuel and oxidizer pump. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to keep this commentary going, but I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much.
This is space. I'm in space.
We're not in space yet. Dang it! Stop it. They're thermally conditioning the engines to get them to the right operating temperature. The fuel and oxidizer pumps on these engines need to be extremely cold to pump the fuel correctly. Like, think about like when your car's engine gets to temp. The operating temperature for the pump is really, really cold because you're using really cold propellants.
Liquid oxygen as well on the first and second stages.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Confirmation right on time at RP1. The densified kerosene loading is now complete.
We're in space if we say we
Again,
are.
still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. We need this to combine with the densified kerosene.
Thank you.
That RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with in order to ignite.
Notification is cool, but it's way too loud.
Coming up next at the 5-minute mark, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. And then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, which means they'll have some additional rigidity and structural support for the rocket as we get ready for the strong back to retract. The strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for both prop load and the different gases being loaded on board. The clamp arms will open and it'll move just a couple of degrees at first, and then we will see it swing open completely at the moment of liftoff. We'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark before flight, where we'll hear liquid oxygen loading is complete on the second stage.
That really helps. Thank you. Thank you for all the support, guys. But
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
We're inside of 5 minutes here. I'm going to shut the notifier off so I can hear the calls. I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you.
Now under 5 minutes to launch, we are in terminal count, meaning the Dragon onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. Again, we are still watching first stage as its liquid oxygen loading continues. That'll be complete around 3 minutes, followed by completion of second stage liquid oxygen loading about 1 minute later.
I'm going to try to balance the sound out a little better, guys.
Strong back retract has started.
Strong back retract started.
Just heard that call out from Mission Control that strong back retract has started. And if we keep a close eye on the screen, there we go, just coming out of those clouds of liquid oxygen, we got to see those clamp arms opening up around stage 2. What's going to happen now is that our strong back will recline just about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. But the TE will throw back all the way to 45 degrees at liftoff, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to leave the pad.
We should be balanced now. Thank you for letting me know. Thanks, Brimo.
As Leah mentioned, that strong back does route the vehicle's fluid and telemetry lines all the way up to the rocket and our spacecraft today.
Strong back is moving this way slightly. When the spacecraft goes,
Good views
this
of
equipment
the
is going to fly
moving
that
away
way
from
really,
Falcon
really
9
quick.
and Dragon. They're on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. With that, we are just about 30 seconds away from LOX load completion on board the first stage.
Now you can see those propellants are really cold. What's happening is because they're so dang cold, they're condensing the humid atmosphere around them and causing ice and condensation to build up on the outside of the vehicle.
Here, the liquid oxygen loading will finish. Again, this is required to combine with that RP1, the densified kerosene, to give us the chemical composition we need to propel the rocket into space. All of these white clouds of vapor you see on your screen are normal. We will continue to see them build as we get closer.
Now, I want to point out, guys, that this is the first crewed launch from this pad ever. Nobody has launched crew from this pad, and this pad has been around since the early parts of the space race. Actually, it's more like the mid-1960s. Yeah, this is the first crew launch from Space Launch Complex 40, or Slick 40 for short.
Load complete on the stage 1, and that Dragon is on
2 on
internal
board.
power.
Agent.
We are expecting LOX loading to last for just about another 30 seconds on board stage 2, and then we should see a vent down of the TE LOX lines. That's going to produce another one of those large white clouds moving away from the vehicle. Again, as Leah just mentioned, that is totally normal and happens when that cooler liquid oxygen that's venting off the surface of the tanks comes into contact with that humid Florida air along the Space Coast.
Okay. T-minus 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm going to just...
We're standing by now for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading.
I'm not going to be looking at chat as much during the ascent. I'm going to be watching here and giving you guys call-outs to try and explain what's going on. So just bear with me here. If you have a question, we'll wait till they're up in space, and then we'll go back to doing Q&A.
With confirmation of that liquid oxygen load, gas closeout
has started.
Okay.
Expect loud venting.
So,
right on time, that gas closeout has begun. So we are now isolating all the feed lines for the different gas systems from the Falcon 9 rocket. Those will then get vented overboard through the umbilicals and the strong back itself. And you can
like I said before, they prime the fuel lines to fill up the oxidizer in the second stage, and now they're evacing the lines. They're purging the lines out with nitrogen and opening up that vent, and so the remaining oxygen gets shot out the side, and it turns to gaseous oxygen, what's called GOX in the industry, and gets pushed out the strong back. The idea is that you don't want anything that can make stuff explode. You don't want your fuel and oxidizer in here. You want it in here. So they evac that stuff to minimize fire risk on the pad.
The flight computer on Dragon will switch to countdown mode. And
Dragon,
we've also heard the flight termination system is armed.
Go for launch.
Okay, launch director reports go. Falcon 9 is
Freedom is go for launch.
Entered startup here at T-minus 1 minute.
For launch. SpaceX reporting
Crew reports
go,
good. T-minus 30 minutes or 30 seconds.
Seconds.
Standing by for the first launch of
10,
humans
9,
from Space Launch Complex 40.
Down suppression water system should turn on.
5, 4, 3.
Can't see it though.
2,
ignition.
1. Ignition. Ignition full power. And liftoff.
Crew 9 is in the air, taking 2 up to the ISS, coming back down with 4 next year.
Liftoff of Crew 9 now soaring to the International Space Station.
1 Alpha.
1 Alpha is the abort contingency window. As the rocket gets further and further, you enter different types of recovery operations.
1.7 million pounds of thrust, propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 9 and continuing to get good calls from teams here on the ground.
The next call should be a call for power and telemetry at T plus 40 seconds.
Of course, these incredible views mean we are just a little bit past 30 minutes or 30 seconds into our 9th rotational crew mission.
Power, telemetry nominal.
There it is.
On board Dragon and Falcon 9 with good call.
Next call should be maximum dynamic pressure.
With that, stage 1 is throttling down to pass through max Q, which is the period of maximum dynamic pressure on Falcon 9 during ascent.
Great shots.
Max Q.
Confirmation of
So
that.
max Q refers to the peak aerodynamic compression load that's exerted on the booster. Basically, once you start going fast enough, you can't move the air out of the way. You can't move the air out of the way. It just compresses on the top of the vehicle. That compression is trying to accordion the rocket. So you throttle down your rocket engine so you don't crush the thing. They'll throttle back up once they get up into the 1 Bravo. Once they get into the higher parts of the atmosphere. Once again, 1 Bravo denoting abort contingency there.
We're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage and continuing to get good performance.
And vac chill is underway.
Second stage propulsion thermal conditioning has started. Basically, they started priming the second stage engine for firing, which should happen about T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Engine cut off, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and the second stages, and then will separate from one another. Then that single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 9 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth.
Note that the exhaust from the rocket gets wider and wider as pressure is falling off as they get higher up.
Over 2,600 miles per hour.
Stage 1 is throttling down.
There's the throttle down
Confirmation
call.
there from Mission Control that Stage 1 is throttling down as we prepare for main engine cutoff, followed shortly thereafter by stage separation and second engine start 1.
This is a shot of the second stage engine riding inside of the first stage interstage. There's main engine cutoff. Watch.
Stage separation confirmed.
Okay, should get an upper stage ignition.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha called by the crew.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Watch the first stage. It'll relight its engine and it'll boost back, coming back down to the cape.
And the ignition of our MVAC engine on board Stage 2. Our next major milestone is going to be the beginning of Stage 1 boost back burn, which is expected
That's the second stage right there.
Just a couple of seconds here.
That's so good, man. Oh, that's so cool. That never gets old.
Of course, if you are
First
just joining
stage
us,
just
you've got
turned
views
around
of our
and it's gonna
first
come
stage on
back
the
to the
left-hand
cape
side of
and
your
it's gonna
screen,
land.
and of MVAC burning with our Crew 9 astronauts aboard up in space on the right-hand side of your screen.
That was a
Now
great
we are
separation.
coming up on 3
Everything
minutes
looked
and
real
20
good there.
seconds since liftoff today, traveling over 4,000 miles per hour and 76 miles downrange.
Right-ish.
As our
Everything
first
looks
stage makes
good.
its way back to Earth, we are tracking a landing attempt today at landing zone 1, not too far from where we lifted off in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
So what you
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Okay, guidance and control is calling for a nominal trajectory. That's a nice way of saying the rocket's flying in the right direction.
Everything looking good. Everything is looking good.
Because everything's looking good.
And we're getting good performance on that single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crew's G-load dips right now. We are going to prepare to hit the separation event. Right now they're about 1 G, which is about what we're used to experiencing on Earth.
How does that nozzle not melt? It's radiating heat through a visible light spectrum victim. This is what I was talking about earlier before. The engine has a passive cooling system because it's taking the exhaust from the fuel pumps and circulating it through the nozzle. But also, the metal alloy that this nozzle is made out of allows it to radiate black body. Well, it radiates light through black body radiation. Basically, the nozzle glowing is what's keeping it cool. Yeah. That's the cooling system. It's a passive cooling system. It just happens. But yeah, if you introduce too much heat, it'll go. But this is right in the sweet spot. Got a good trajectory there.
Now, as I mentioned, those grid fins are the primary mechanical structures that we use to steer the booster back toward its landing zone, which today is LZ1 at Cape Canaveral. Just as kind of a quick point of reference.
What you're seeing, Skeleton, coming off the first stage over there is the nitrogen thrusters. If you take nitrogen gas, cold gas thrusters, and you outgas it into the vacuum, it'll go through a very quick phase change before it hits the vacuum. And what's going to happen is the nitrogen will solidify, and you get those snowflakes thing. It's actually solid nitrogen that you're seeing come off the booster. And then over here on this side, oxygen is going to do the same thing. There's a good shot of the thrusters firing on the first stage as it comes back down. The next step that we're going to get here is the entry burn here, or my personal favorite part, supersonic retropropulsion. It's when the first stage is basically going to slow itself down by firing its engines. But also, the firing its engines just doesn't slow the booster down. the outgassing from the engines actually acts as a heat shield, and is what allows the first stage to come back down in one piece. That's why it's called supersonic retropropulsion. What that actually does is envelops the rocket in a cool thermal medium from the rocket engines. You'll see it happen here in a moment. And that actually is something that was pioneered by NASA for landing on Mars. But you see how the gases are propagating out of the bottom of the vehicle there. That was a really short burn. But see how they were propagating out of the vehicle? It kind of made it look like a heat shield. It's essentially doing the exact same thing as an ablative heat shield, because that's what an ablator heat shield does. A regular heat shield just burns off, and that cooler column of gas is what shields the capsule from coming back down. The rocket engine does, the first stage does the same exact thing, but it does it with its engines instead. It fights plasma with fire, which is pretty cool. Now the grid fins are really going to start to take over as the thing gets further down into the atmosphere. Dude, look, she's flying.
There from mission control.
Oh!
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Nominal trajectory call out. That is a great shot of the booster.
Landing burn.
Come on,
during which time we'll light three of the Merlin engines on board the first stage. And we expect to see that landing burn just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit.
Landing burn
has
begun there.
Phases of flight, both for our first stage and our Crew 9 astronauts happening
Landing
here at
legs
the same
should
time.
be deploying right about now. Good landing leg deploy. Sonic booms. Back of the Cape. And we got a good touchdown on the first stage.
Stage 2 FTS has faced.
It's so cool. It's still cool, man. I've watched so many of these. It's still cool. I don't care what anybody says.
And now, of course, we are continuing
That's
to follow
amazing.
our Crew 9 astronauts on their way to space.
Okay,
And we continue to get
we should hear the call here from Nick Hague for Shannon,
Merlin vacuum engine
indicating the last abort contingency procedure before they make it into space.
600 miles per hour and 611 miles downrange. Just over 8 minutes since liftoff today, so we are expecting to see this continue to fire until just about the 9-minute mark, at which point this engine will cut off. And of course, Dragon will coast for a few minutes, still attached to the second stage.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance, indicating it's basically flying on its own. It's using its own inertial navigation for flying.
Shannon.
There's the call for Shannon. Last abort contingency procedure.
That call is for Shannon, Ireland. That would be the abort zone if we were to abort at this point in the flight. However, we are continuing to hear good calls about Dragon's performance.
I'll get back to you on that, Axel. Stand by for main engine cutoff.
MVAC shutdown.
Or MVAC shutdown.
Confirmation of the Merlin vacuum engine shutting down.
So there you go. You should get a call.
SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
There you go. Good call. Good parking orbit insertion.
Copies, nominal orbital insertion.
We got a good
For
reply
mission
from the
control
crew.
and our crew that we have had nominal orbit insertion.
Launch escape system disarmed.
LES has been disabled. This right here is a shot looking up the
Copies, LES disarmed.
Up the back end of the Dragon capsule here in preparation for separation, which should be happening within the minute.
In 9 quick minutes, we now have 2 new crew members on their way to the International Space Station, having taken off from Space Launch Complex 40.
There ain't no junk in the trunk, Chad.
The crew now
See
being
that?
in a good or expected orbit. We'll continue to coast for these few minutes, and
There's a live shot
and then
inside
we
of the
get our
capsule,
first views
baby.
inside the capsule of our 2 crew members, Nick Hague and Alexander
so
Gorbonov.
great.
They are just continuing to stay in their suits and in their seats during this dynamic portion of the flight. We're going to continue to coast for a few minutes after this second stage engine cutoff. This allows the rates and motion from
Right,
that
big dog.
long burn to settle out. There are some small reaction thrusters on the upper stage or the upper part of the second stage.
On crew missions, Shrub, they really don't carry anything in the trunk, dude.
Basically make sure we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon, and
Nice,
that'll
W.
happen about 12 minutes into the flight. So about a minute and a half from now, we expect to see Dragon actually separating from the second stage.
They're in a parking...
Again, we did hear the crew has been successfully...
So, Max, that's a good question. Are they actually on orbit, or is the PE above the atmosphere? Right now, PE is... So, you're not above the atmosphere. Dude, you got to get above, like, 600 kilometers to really never come back down. Dragon is in what's called a parking orbit. This type of orbit is a decaying orbit. If they stayed in this orbit, they would need to keep firing the thrusters because there's still some atmospheric drag up at the altitude that they're at. There's still some atmosphere in the way. It's not like planet Druidia here and you just like have atmosphere and then nothing. It falls off exponentially with altitude. So even where the ISS is, that's still a decaying orbit. There are atmospheric perturbations that'll bring you back down. The parking orbit here is just to make sure that everything is good with the capsule. And if something were to go wrong, they would still be able to come back down. Now, don't get me wrong. They can come back down at any time. But the parking orbit is just right now in the interim. They'll change it here in a second after separation. They'll fire the thrusters and they'll really get the circularization good.
Currently standing by for that separation, which could happen anytime in the next couple of minutes.
Hey, WD-40, thank you for the raid, buddy.
Currently, you can see the crew is just relaxing in their seats. They are definitely vigilant, though. They are able to monitor those crew displays in front of them, keep up with what's going on in the mission. They could take control if they needed to. However, it's been a seamless ride to space today.
Good
Should be coming up here on separation.
Dragon's trunk, looking at the heat shield.
I originally called separation to be about a minute out. It's a little bit longer than that. I apologize. And right as I say that it's a little more than a minute out, it separates because that's commentator's curse.
Dragon, SpaceX, Dragon.
Here we go.
Confirmed.
Look at that.
And Freedom copies good separation.
Nick reports
there
good
you
separation.
heard from Mission Control. Both
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. Nick, Alex, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9 today and wish you a great mission.
And Freedom, this is Launch Director on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the entire Crew 9 team. Xena, Stephanie, Nick, Alex, Butch, and Sunny. It's an honor to be a part of this mission with all of you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the Falcon 9 Crew 9 combo. The best bundle in the league, baby. Godspeed, Crew 9.
Yeah, baby.
Couldn't say it any better. Thank you, guys. You know, we had the opportunity to meet so many people that were involved with the Falcon 9, and along the way was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma. Alex has got a few words to add as well.
All the agencies that made this launch possible. Roscosmos, NASA, Big SpaceX. And thank you to my family and friends for their support. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of people around the world who are involved in the development of space technologies and to move humanity forward. Today's launch is also their accomplishment. Хочу сказать спасибо Роскосмосу, НАСА.
Speaks pretty good English.
За успешный запуск человека на орбиту, за очередной успешный запуск.
It's pretty good, man.
И также благодарить родных и близких за поддержку. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Alexander. Nick Hague said, as his sons would say, it was a Sigma ascent.
incredible
Why?
words from our commander and great views
Why?
of Dragon up in orbit on your screen right now.
No! No! Don't do that again!
It's been about 14 minutes and 30 seconds since.
Jesus Christ. It's so bad.
Coming up on 15 minutes now since liftoff today. You got a quick look inside the capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress.
And Freedom copies all. Thank you.
There are recovery ships in position all along the ascent corridor, John.
Confirmation there that our nose cone deploy is underway.
Don't, Bob,
that
I'm
means
not
that the 6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during launch and the ascent portions of flight.
Let's just say what he said is the new generation's way of saying it was awesome, okay? And call it that.
Number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station, including the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch.
Oh, there you go, Inko. We have nominal skibbity orbit.
Incredible views from our crew up in space on your screen right now, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to the view out of Dragon's window as they make their way to the space station.
Come on.
I can only imagine. And that journey to the space station will take about 28 hours, so they won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, they will have the opportunity to get out of their suits, to get out of their seats as well, and kind of just enjoy the ride. They're going to shift into some off-duty time. That allows them to prepare any food that they would want to. That allows them to maybe even call down to the ground. They will also obviously get some sleep before a really big day tomorrow, monitoring the arrival and docking to the International Space Station. Of course, we're going to cover all of that live. I'm really looking forward to seeing 2 more crew members float into the orbiting laboratory. And if you're just joining us, we did lift off now at 16 minutes and 29 seconds ago. That was right on time at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40 down at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. We have 2 members on board Dragon today. That's NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's serving as the commander, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbonov, who's making his very first flight to space. Once they arrive at the International Space Station tomorrow afternoon, they will be joining 9 other crew members on orbit. They'll be up there for about a week. A week is probably the best guess until the Crew 8 team. It is time for that crew to come home. Of course, they launched about 7 months ago at this point, they will undock after they have completed a handover period with the Crew 9 crew, bringing them up to speed on everything that they've been working on for the last 7 months in orbit. So once they depart, we'll be back down to our typical approximately 7 people living and working aboard the International Space Station.
Oh my God. That's a live shot on the second stage.
Views from up in space today.
Thank you, Dr. Gnome. Oh, look at that, man. I just want to point out this is a second
Shot
stage
there of our
broadcasting
engine. We did get confirmation
live
several
to your
minutes ago of
television, like
SES-1.
right now. Like we're all just enjoying this like it's no big deal.
We know that nose cone opening is underway as well. Those are a series of hooks and latches that allow the nose cone to open. And that nose cone is closed during launch to protect the docking hatch, to protect 4 bulkhead thrusters that we will use for some of the larger burns that help us get to the International Space Station.
Right, 3.0, it's pretty rad, isn't it?
One of the other things we're doing right now is going ahead and opening the
It was a single
system,
one, and it was
which
quick,
stands for the Environmental Control and Life Support System, which will be activated inside of Dragon.
Oh, God, Sarah, why'd you clip that, man? Now I got to do...
As Leah mentioned earlier, soon our crew will be able to get their visors open and get out of their spacesuits and settle in for that 28-hour ride to the International Space Station.
Why are you doing this to me? Do they take turns sleeping in the 28-hour ride to space? Tally, good question.
Views there of the opening of Dragon's nose cone on the left-hand side of your screen.
Do they take turns? No. The astronauts sleep. They sleep at the same time while mission control monitors the capsule. If you're wondering what their sleep schedule is synced to, it's synced to UTC. So for them, it is 6:37 in the afternoon. So they'll be sleeping soon. Well, not soon, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Space station. So a total of 14 humans are now not off the planet, but rather orbiting around it.
Yeah, baby. That is a shot from the forward-facing camera on Dragon. The nose cone is opening up to expose the docking port.
Cone on the left-hand side of your screen, as it very gradually swings open. Obviously, in space, everything we do has an equal and opposite reaction.
5:36.
So slow and steady really wins the race here.
Your time zones are weird. It's tomorrow, Oridon, yeah. No space, Stardust on the exclamation point Discord.
Again, now 20 minutes since liftoff today. Dragon is flying free from the second stage, and it looks like they're about to enter an orbital nighttime. So now that they're at orbital velocity, that's 17,500 miles per hour, they are going to see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day.
90-minute orbital period, meaning it takes, at this altitude, it takes about an hour and a half to go one
p.m.
rotation
Eastern
around.
Time from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, and a clean ride uphill.
Oh, okay, drummer. Well, you're weird, so. Mission control does entropy, yeah, but the astronaut's sleep schedule is coordinated to UTC.
We've had some good communication from mission control up to our Crew 9 astronauts already today. One of the things you may hear every time we communicate with the crew is a slight beep beforehand. That's called a Quindar tone, and actually dates all the way back to the early days of human spaceflight, and is effectively a radio signal indicating that we're communicating between the crew in orbit and our mission control team on the ground.
You got spaceflight brain rot before GTA 6. Okay.
We now have views back inside the capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal nose cone opening. We do have just about 3 minutes here left in the ground station pass if you've got any fluffy stowaways you'd like to introduce.
Fluffy?
And Freedom copies, good Draco checkout, good nose cone opening. And I just so happen to have a furry friend with me.
Oh, yeah? Adjust the rabbit ears. Come on. There's your 0G indicator. What is it? Is that a Furby? That better not be.
Yeah, SpaceX Freedom. So yeah, I've got a little Falcon here. I love the package of Falcon 9, Crew 9. Yeah, we've got a Falcon on board with us. This one's a multi-flyer though. Was on my first flight with Alexei and I, and with Alexei and I and Christina, and now me and Alex. So say hello to Aurora.
That stuffed animal has flown more times into space than most of us. Dang it. Not a pigeon, be
and
quiet.
We see your Dragon. Actually, a good view right now because we're looking at the display cam.
Okay, let me take a look here.
And Dragon delayed call, but nominal TCS reconfiguration as well as forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
Thermal control system.
And Freedom copies, good TCS, good Draco checkouts.
Me too, Bob, yeah. It's true, Stride. That stuffed animal has flown to space more than some astronauts.
Spectacular views of our Crew 9 astronauts and 0G indicator up in orbit. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. Since Demo 2 in May of 2020, SpaceX's Dragon fleet has launched a total of 54 crew members to space. 34 on behalf of NASA and their partners, and 20 commercial astronauts, including the first 2 all-civilian missions to space and the first 3 all-private passenger missions to the International Space Station.
In addition to flying people, excuse me, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. And that's just like what we saw with the 3 investigations that NASA's Human Research Program flew on Polaris Dawn. So far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit, both to the International Space Station and on our free flyer missions as well.
From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies enabled by Dragon and the International Space Station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will...
I just got a little bit of deja vu. A cat walked through, and then another cat walked through again. What was it? The same cat? I don't know. They changed something. We're trapped.
For our future among the stars, and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary.
But for now, we'll be signing off from SpaceX, and we're going to send you back over to NASA.
Okay, real quick. I want to show you guys this. I can read some of what's going on here. So right there, that's their orbital information. So you got velocity, current altitude, apogee, which is your high point in your orbit, and perigee, which is your low point in your orbit. That one right there, that reads 51.62. That's your inclination of your orbit. The inclination is basically how much your orbit is tilted relative to Earth's equator. So if you had an orbit that was directly over the equator, that would be zero degrees inclined. Dragon, because it's trying to get to the ISS, the ISS's orbit is 51.6 degrees inclined off of the equator, right? The reason why the ISS is in such a wonky tilted orbit is so the Russians can reach it, the Japanese can reach it, the Europeans can reach it, and us and the Americans can reach it. That's why it's in an orbit where everybody can get at it from their space center. But yeah, that's reading out all their orbital information right there. This is a checklist for what it's worth. That's the forward-facing camera with all your indicators on it, and I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. But yeah, there's their orbital velocity, which I think it should be around 7,600. No, not 7,600. If it's in meters a second, it should be 7,600 meters a second. About 27,500 kilometers an hour, or about 17,500 miles an hour.
Zena, with you being the commander,
I just think it's cool that you can actually see the console and read the information off of it. I think that's super neat.
Fellow astronaut Stephanie Wilson.
Of course, did you
say that
sent the
those seats
HTVs,
could be used
resupply
by Butch
vehicles?
Wilmore and
Yes.
Sonny Williams to come back. This has a very close association to you, clearly. What was your reaction there when you were watching?
I like
that
tactile
liftoff into
feel, Bob.
space?
Yeah,
it was up to
Daryl,
me.
I think every crewed launch that I have ever watched has really brought me a lot of emotion. This one today was especially unique. I think it was hard not to watch that rocket lift off without thinking, that's my rocket and that's my crew. But I also know that I'm not the only person who can think that. Of course, we have Stephanie Wilson here today, but I mean,
Why are they
there are
doing
many,
this
many
to Zena?
people
Why are you
who
doing
made this
this?
mission
Stop
happen,
it.
and there are
Stop
people on
it.
orbit who will be
Poor
taking this
Zena,
capsule home.
why are you
and
doing
it makes me
it? How
very
does it
proud
make you
to know
feel that your
I
crew
am
just
one of
launched
many
without
people
you?
who can
Boy,
say,
that
that's
must
my
suck.
crew, that's my
Like,
rocket.
stop this.
Makes me really proud. Makes me feel very
Stop
connected to this
doing that.
mission that we all get to take part of. Go Crew 9.
Well said, Zena. And an emotional moment in time out there watching the rocket lift off. And now the work begins. You will start training for the next mission.
I do,
You spent
Axel,
a year
but I
and a
don't use
half
them.
training for this one. You're now going to go into space at some point. What is the future?
It's a space flight. It ain't some damn soap opera. For real.
A lot of exciting things ahead. I'm looking forward to starting training again at some point. And in the meantime, I can't wait to watch Nick and Alexander
Days of
and
our
the
launches.
entire Expedition 72 crew really get to work and execute that mission that we all have worked so hard to make possible.
Yeah, and Nick and Alexander will become part of Expedition
As the
72, as you
planet
mentioned, when they arrive on Space Station. NASA's Megan Cruz has joined us now with Jennifer Buckley, the chief scientist for the ISS program, with more about the science that's happening on board for Expedition 72. Megan.
Yeah, it's great to have Jen here. And Jen, you know, obviously we saw some changes through the mission. Most
Dude, I'd believe it. I'd believe that if that was a headline. But yep, all right, whatever.
Did any changes affect the science?
Well, the human research is specific to the crew member. So Butch and Sonny have their science complement that will stay with them. But other than that, we didn't have to adjust our science plans. Butch and Sonny are experienced crew members, so they jumped right in and have been helping us already with science on board, and we were able to keep our plan complement.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I know Expedition 72, they're going to be responsible for making a repair on the NICER instrument on the space station. Can you tell us about that instrument, its significance?
That's right. So NICER is an X-ray telescope that's mounted outside of the International Space Station, and it takes a look at neutron stars. Neutron stars are born from the cinders of a supernova event. They are the leftover material that then form neutron stars, and they're going to be repairing a light leak that occurred in May of 2023, which gave us some degraded detectors on that instrument.
Okay, gotcha. And so that's what we're fixing so that hopefully it works tip-top shape?
That's right. So right now with the damage, we still get full data during darkness. However, during sunlight, it degrades the data that we're able to get. And so when they do that repair in December, we'll bring NICER back up to its full capability.
Oh, perfect. Okay, well, obviously we as NASA look out into the universe, but also we look back at our own Earth. And for those who don't know, one way that we do that and look at our Earth is we have our astronauts take photos from the International Space Station. And I was told that more photos were taken from the ISS of Earth in the last 6 months than all of 2023.
That's right. So in the first 6 months of 2024, they took over 330,000 photographs.
Oh my gosh.
So, you know, this photography, apart from being absolutely beautiful, is really important.
Alien, has there ever been any astronaut or mission crew member in your chat? I've interviewed astronauts on stream. I interviewed Charlie Duke from Apollo 16, been to the moon. Got to shake his hand. Hey, Cape. Yeah, I played Kerbal with him watching me on stream. Yeah, like I launched the Saturn V, and
other government agencies and
it was.
Yeah, it's always so important to
It was very, very weird seeing him lock in. I had the Aero UI up for the Kerbal players. It was weird seeing him lock into the telemetry. He was just like laser focused on it, and I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, I've had astronauts on here before, not lurking in the chat, not that I know of. If you are, hey, you can come talk to me. That'd be pretty cool. I astronaut people, I guess, but yeah, I've interviewed a bunch of astronauts before. Yeah, I got to shook his hand. That was one of the greatest points in my streaming career, in my opinion.
Maya, age 10, asks, I want to know, because I want to work there.
Yeah, he actually called out that my Saturn V wasn't all the way into orbit. Yeah, he was, dude, that VOD is out there somewhere. The dude locks in, and I'm like, ah, oh God, I'm short. I screwed it up. You know? It was, yeah, awesome.
From such different backgrounds. So all you've got to do is apply, and we'll see you soon.
As a young girl yourself, you probably never imagined that you would be here.
Oh, yeah,
I sure did not.
Back.
And you made it happen as well.
That's right. Myself, but most especially all of the mentors and family and friends who made me who I am. Takes a team.
Well said, Zena.
Right, Bob? Yeah.
Now, as we wrap things up, we want to let you know that though our coverage is coming to a close, you can still follow along with Crew 9's entire journey to the station by listening to the mission real-time audio
suppose if that counts,
commentary.
Thomas, yeah.
Just to do that, you can snap that QR code that you see on the screen.
One of my good streaming buddies, Meeps Kitten, he launched into space on a New Shepard mission for Blue Origin with his dad, which is super cool. Yeah, Meeps, if you're out there, good stuff, buddy. Yeah, so he pops into chat from time to time. He's a good guy. Yeah, Meeps is good people. Some other guy was here with no hat. Oh, sorry, Chiressa. That's my bad. Yeah, Shrub. Yeah, Meeps is in here from time to time. Yeah, he's been to space. He's been above the carbon line. He hasn't been to orbit, but that's still cool. Like that's still pretty neat. Like, oh my gosh, you've been up there. You've been higher than like 99.9% of the population, and you've been a place where only thousands of people have gone. But you were only there for a second, so it's not a bit. No, screw that. It's still cool. I don't care. If I launched on that, I'd be bragging about it to everybody. Yo, I've been to space, son. Yo, I've been to space. Deal with it, you know? Deal with it. Wear the Minecraft glasses. You know what I'm talking about. How do you do, fellow kids?
Your experiences, your knowledge, but most of all, your heart. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Daryl. Go Crew 9.
Go Crew 9. All right, with that, we're going to wrap it up and wish you a great day. An important reminder, though, about an upcoming launch in a few weeks here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on October 10th at 12:31 p.m. Europa Clipper is scheduled to lift off aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket on its 5.5-year journey to Jupiter's moon, Europa. You can watch it live right here on NASA Plus starting at 11:30 a.m. Again, huge thanks to all of our guests, for everyone who joined us today. But most importantly, we appreciate you for being here and watching. You can keep up with any Crew 9 updates.
Oh my gosh, he's talking about me.
The online resources you see on your screen now.
Right.
For everyone here at NASA and SpaceX, have a great rest of the day. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon. But we leave you now with a moment looking back at the highlights.
How about you tell us when it's going to dock? Yeah, don't worry, guys. I got you covered. So, Crew 9 is going to dock at 5:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And yeah, we'll probably be here for it. And by probably, I'll be here for it. We're going to pick up as much coverage of this mission as possible anyway. Get back to what they were doing.
Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbonov here in suits that are looking good.
There's Shannon Walker with the two crew members laying out the rules to a card game. Crew 9 leaving the suit-up room and now on the move inside astronaut crew quarters. Nick Hague, commander of Crew 9, with his crewmate Alexander Gorbonov.
I think so, Detscom, yeah.
So they'll have a chance here to say a few words with those who are closest to them.
This will begin a roughly 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
You can see them doing the SpaceX flight suit lean back.
Walking the crew access arm.
Crew have ingressed the capsule.
Side hatch is closed.
3, 2, 1, ignition, full power, and liftoff.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I didn't like how they kept putting Xena and Stephanie on the spot like that. That does not come off as like the usual NASA classy that NASA, the decorum that NASA usually has. I'm not sure I'm cool with that. That's yeah, I didn't like that at all. Like, I usually am just like, all right, you know, like, but yeah, Schwimmer, and they had Xena Cardman on doing the color commentary for this cast, and the host of the show, they kept asking her like, hey, how does it feel to have your crew launch without you? How does it feel to be stuck down here on Earth when you should be in space? It's like, why would you ask that? Like, bruh, like, they asked her after it launched. Like, right after we heard Nick and Alexei say, yeah, we're happy to be in space. They're like, hey, Xena, how do you feel about this? It's like, what? Like, what? What? Obviously it sucks. Like, duh. Like, but you'll fly again some other time. Like, what are you expecting? Like, definitely a bruh moment. Bruh. Like, well, no, you're never gonna launch into space. Nope. That's it. We spent millions of dollars training you, but you missed this one, so sorry. Like, duh. Come on, man. It's just I don't know why you do that. Like, that's a little weird, but anyway. Everyone keeps asking how the astronauts feel about this fiasco with Starliner. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Clockwork. Like, you're asking that question expecting like her to be like, no, this sucks. Like, that's like a press question. You're like, what are you doing? Come on. Yeah, Far Night, right? Like, kept going back to it and back to it and back to it. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Anyway. All right, guys. So we're coming up on 2 o'clock here. We've been going for about 5 hours, but I will probably be back here for the docking tomorrow. Let's figure out that docking. It's gonna be a good time. Figure out a coverage for it. The docking targeted docking time is 5:30, so I'm gonna probably be here a little bit before that. I'm thinking 4. 4 would probably be a good time to start. Oh, nice, Limprod. Cool. Dig of the 1984 shirt. Top Jimmy Cooks. Top Jimmy. He's the king, Bob. Yep. It's a great song. Very underrated. So, guys, yeah, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. We're just, no break, no rest for the wicked here. But, yeah, Andrew, exactly, right? Like, it's crazy. So, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, I'm probably going to be here about an hour and a half before that because I want to watch the capsule dock and obviously answer all the questions. But yeah, thanks for all the questions that you guys did ask today. I do appreciate it. So, yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your Saturday. I'm going to go do normie things because that's usually what I do on the weekend. Enjoy what weekend you have left to yourself. Yep, there you go. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you did appreciate the launch coverage. We'll keep going with the docking, and then next week we got Crew 8 undocking in return. We cover all that. That's what I do here. I do play games because it's Switch. It's a game streaming website at heart. Right? Who plays games on Twitch nowadays? No, I do play a lot of educational video games, but covering spaceflight is really my favorite thing to do. I really, really enjoy it, and I appreciate you guys sitting here and supporting me. That sub train today was nuts. Oiskog, I do appreciate the hundo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the support. It really helps. Yeah, if you keep watching, I'll be here. We'll be here covering most rocket launches. They launch too much for me to cover every single one nowadays, which is a weird problem to have. But all the high-profile stuff, crew missions, I'm here for it. So if you enjoy the coverage, yeah, hit the follow. Come on back, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend.